Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize the exceptional efforts of the staff here at the facility to help us get up and running despite a local power outage due to Hurricane Helene. I am Jason Neubauer of the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis, Washington, D.C. I am the Chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46 United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As a designated party in interest, OceanGate has a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for the cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. An area has been set aside for news media use during these proceedings. The media may question witnesses concerning the testimony that they have given after I have released them from these proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities. Some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titanuscg.mil. And I want to clarify that email will be monitored after this hearing session is adjourned today and is actively monitored throughout the months to continue. The NTSB has provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. On a personal note, Mr. Muse, it's been an honor to have had the opportunity to work with you again since our time stationed together at Marine Safety Office, Morgan City in the mid-90s. Sir, would you like to make a statement for the record?
Thank you, Chair, and likewise, thank you for having me. Again, I'm Marcel Muse, the NTSB's investigator in charge assigned to investigate this accident. The NTSB has joined these hearings to avoid the duplication of fact. Nonetheless, the National Transportation Safety Board will produce a probable cause and a report separate from the Coast Guard following these hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. We will begin the day with testimony from Mr. Matthew McCoy, a former operations technician for OceanGate. Sir, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good morning. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Mr. McCoy.
Good morning.
Thank you for making the trip today, despite the weather conditions. We appreciate it. As we start out, I'd like to start with you providing your work history and background that would be applicable to your testimony today, sir.
My work history starts out, I was an active duty member of the U.S. Coast Guard from 2002 to 2015. During that time period, I started out on the Coast Guard Cutter Spar in Kodiak, Alaska as a seaman. I attended Machinery Technician A School in 2003. I was stationed on board the Coast Guard cutter Eagle for 3.5 years, part of the auxiliary division, 2004 to 2007. In 2007 to 2010, I was stationed at Coast Guard Station Kauai, where I became a boarding officer, and I served for a short time as the law enforcement petty officer for the station. And then from there, I was stationed up in Washington State at the Maritime Force Protection Unit Bangor from 2010 to 2012, where we conducted force protection security zone escorts for the submarine, the naval submarine station there. And then after that, I went to the Coast Guard Cutter Monroe in Kodiak, Alaska, and I was a member of the propulsion division from 2012 to 2015. And then at that point in time, I left active duty, and I went into the Coast Guard Reserve. From there, I moved to Oregon and worked a couple different jobs. I worked for Mutual Materials as a shift lead at their production facility while I was taking some college classes down there. Ended up taking a job and moving back to Spokane, which is where I grew up, and worked for a company called Bayfirst Solutions. I believe that they've been consolidated with another company, and did a remote contract, technical writing, developing maintenance procedure cards for the Coast Guard for the small boat product line. And then moved from there with my fiance to Kenmore, Washington, and started taking classes there at one of the local community colleges. While I was doing that, that was the beginning of 2017. Was doing that, I saw a job posting for the operations technician with OceanGate. Sounded kind of interesting, so I inquired and ended up taking the job in after that spring term, so that was in April of 2017.
Okay, and I'm going to stop you there for a second, sir. Before we get into your time at OceanGate, can you provide some more background on your Coast Guard duties, specifically in regard to the boarding officer duties you had mentioned?
Right. So I went to boarding officer school in 2009, and before that, I was a boarding team member out in Kauai. One of the things that we dealt with in Kauai specifically a lot was not recreational, but passenger vessels for hire. There's a large number of tour boats that operate on the island. So we had a lot of those vessels operating. Most of them were inspected. Sometime around 2009, 2010, the Coast Guard placed a marine inspector over on Kauai full time. Before that, they were operating out of the Honolulu office, and he would come over and do his inspections. So he was co-located at our building there, and we were able to work with him. It was actually pretty useful having a marine inspector on site because he knew all the vessels. There's a lot of people operating outside of their the specified areas on their COIs. So he started we were being directed to actually board certified passenger vessels, which is not very common at a station level to be going out and doing enforcement actions on them. Also had the opportunity to board and terminate a couple voyages of people that were operating basically beyond a six-pack. So they were carrying more than 6 passengers for hire, and it became very clear that they were trying to specifically circumvent the rules. We had one case where a gentleman had a 100-ton license, but his vessel wasn't inspected, and what he had set up with some of the local not Airbnbs, but the condos that people would come out and rent, is that he was receiving compensation directly from the condos, and people were getting these tours as part of their rental fees. So it was included in an entire package, but he was still receiving compensation for it. I know that was passed over, I think, to the sector, and they ended up, I don't know what exactly happened. I believe administratively he ended up losing his 100-ton license out of that process. So I'd had some experience dealing with both passenger vessels as well as people trying to circumvent the rules regarding operating for hire.
Thank you, sir. And just want to know, you're speaking a little fast. I want to make sure for the record that we get the your transcript, right?
Okay.
And also, if you need a break at any time, just let me know.
Will do.
I want to go back to your time at MST Kauai, or Station Kauai.
I was at the station, yes.
Right. And you said you met with the Marine inspector from Sector Honolulu.
Yeah, so they had the sector created a billet over there, and I believe that it was established as a Marine Safety Detachment. It was a single inspector. There was, because he just focused on doing the COIs for all of the tour boats that were operating on the island, and he got to the point where he was spending enough time on island every month that they justified it. So it was, I believe it was actually established as Marine Safety Detachment Kauai, but I would have to, I'm not sure.
Do you remember what year that was, sir?
Probably 2008.
Do you remember the name of the inspector?
Not off the top of my head.
Could it have been, for your memory, Chief Warrant Officer Dennis Schoenweather?
That does sound correct.
Just for the record, at that in 2008, I was a prevention chief in Sector Honolulu,
Okay.
overseeing that unit.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you provide some details on the training you received regarding how to enforce passenger vessel operations?
So one of the biggest things that we looked at was that the COIs, so on the island of Kauai, there's not very many ports for these vessels to operate out of. As a station, we were limited out ourselves because there's not very many places for the boats to moor up and operate out of. So basically on the south side of the island, we had Port Allen, and then on the north side of the island, they were operating out of one of the harbors up there, and then there was a couple other small boat ramps around the island. So everybody, the COIs there on the island were very restrictive for the areas of operations that they were allowed to operate out of. So it specified what port that they were allowed to go out of, as well as the area of operations. So when you went out to the Nepali coast is the most common tour area that the vessels operate out of, because there is not good radio communications out there, and the sea state could rapidly change from side to side of the island. I think that the COIs were pretty restrictive based off of where that they were going to be operating. So they weren't allowed to, I don't think anybody had a COI to operate tours around the entirety of the island. They were be restricted to the Nepali coast, and it would say specifically that they could operate out of, say, like Port Allen. So if they were in the summertime wanted to go and operate out of, and it's slipping my mind, there's a very small boat ramp on the north side of the island, completely surrounded by a reef, had no Coast Guard markings to it whatsoever. It was used by locals. They had PVC pipe in the reef, and if you didn't know what side to go on or anything like that, it could be pretty dangerous. We never operated out of it as a station because it wasn't an officially marked entrance going in and out of there. So I don't think anybody had a COI that said that they could operate out of that, a certificate of inspection to say that they could operate out of that port. So a lot of it had to do with that, was where they were operating at, and then obviously the number of passengers that they were carrying.
And so you mentioned during your initial statement that you had left active duty in 2015 with the Coast Guard.
That's correct.
Can you explain your relationship with the Coast Guard following that date?
Yeah, so I went into the Coast Guard Reserve at that point in time, and I drilled at the base Seattle, attached to the Naval Engineering Support Unit there, which I believe has been renamed. And I drilled there for 3 years, from 2015 to 2018. And then in 2018, I went back on active duty orders for about 3.5 years and worked for Coast Guard Recruiting Command. And then after that ended, I moved to, my family and I moved to North Carolina, not related to the Coast Guard, and I remain in the Coast Guard Reserve today.
Are your duties today involved with law enforcement, or is it more a different?
So I was today. So I was attached to the Coast Guard station at Elizabeth City, and then I've since recently moved to Florida for a civilian job, and I am attached. I recently became attached to Coast Guard Station Panama City, and it's just boat crew duties. I don't do any law enforcement duties there at this time.
Thank you. Now I'd like to go to your time beginning at Ocean Gate. and your experiences there, sir.
Yes, sir. So I took the job at Ocean Gate in, I believe it was April of 2017 is when I began. And I initially, when I took the job and I took the interview, it was made very clear that they were working with the University of Washington, the Applied Physics Lab, and Boeing. So they had a lot of what sounded like legitimacy behind them as far as the engineering. I was made aware of the concept of creating a carbon fiber, kind of a new design, and the goal for going to the Titanic. And then I also had met during that time with David Lockridge. He had a lot of credibility behind him and his experience. I had zero experience with any sort of underwater vehicle at the time, but I was hired on mainly to help with surface support operations, small boat maintenance, things like that. So that's the main reasons why I ended up taking the job at the time. And then, I'd been given kind of I did about a trial week or so, I think, with them before I ended up accepting the job. So I was able to kind of see a lot of what initially was going on. In April of 2017, things seemed to be pretty well run in order there. I ended up, during my time there, I learned that the company had basically broken ties with the Applied Physics Lab at the University of Washington, which was concerning, and the explanation for it wasn't very clear as to why, other than that there was some disagreements. So that, that was my first kind of alarm bell, I think, in the back of my head. Something didn't seem right. The next one was that Boeing wasn't going to be doing the layup for the carbon fiber, that it was going to be a different company down in California. At the time, I didn't know that it was who it was until I think we got the video, and they had hours and hours of video of this thing being laid up. And I remember looking at it, and it looked like it was just being laid up in a dirty warehouse down in California, which was also concerning. It turned out to be, I believe that was Spencer Composites. Didn't look anything like what I would have expected to see at a Boeing facility. And then the next, one of my concerns in that process was when it arrived, we had been told, and when I started, that it was going to be a 7-inch thick hole, and it showed up and it was 5 inches thick. It was just information that they weren't openly sharing with staff and employees, and so there was a lot of questions just among those of us who are not, in the engineering department as to why did the plan change and things like that, and there was no very clear answers.
And sir, I just want to clarify a few things for the record here. We are talking about at this time the first Titan hull.
Correct, yeah.
And your position was in the operations department. Who was your supervisor?
Scott Griffith.
Okay.
So I worked directly for Scott Griffith. He, at the time, in my understanding, was the director of all the service operations, but he seemed to have a level of authority over David Lockridge at the time as well.
Was David Lockridge in your chain of command?
I would say not directly.
Was there a reason that in the operations department that as a non-engineer, you were taking an interest in the development of the submersible?
I think just in my experience as a machinery technician in the Coast Guard, as an engineer in the Coast Guard, anytime that you see anything that is out of the ordinary, you have to start asking some questions and making sure that you understand why you're doing what you're doing. I don't think that there is a qualification that I received while in the Coast Guard that didn't involve a thorough amount of knowledge and understanding of what you're dealing with. So I had the conversation with them about going through and becoming a sub-pilot at some point in time. So that was one of my concerns as well, was for the design of this overall and for its safety.
Okay, please continue.
Sure. So during my time there, and I'm not sure exactly when it dawned on me, but the business model didn't start to make sense to me. We didn't have an income stream. We didn't have the understanding of how it was. So initially they had kind of laid it out that there was this Coast Guard Foundation, and that it was going to fund, through its fundraising efforts, would fund kind of a scientific mission behind OceanGate. So that was my initial understanding of how that process was going to work, is that they would be raising money and then funding various oceanographic type expeditions.
Objection, Mr. McCoy, did you say Coast Guard Foundation? I just wanted,
The OceanGate.
OceanGate Foundation, okay.
Right. So just for the record, the Coast Guard has a foundation.
Right.
I think you may have
Did I?
said Coast Guard, but to clarify, it's the Ocean Gate Foundation?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The the OceanGate Foundation would be funding research. The Coast Guard Foundation had nothing to do with it. I'm sorry about that. And sorry, I lost my train of thought there. So that's how kind of the business model would work, and that it was going to be mainly for scientific, making the oceans more accessible to researchers and stuff that didn't have these large grants and other access to large amounts of capital to be able to lease out subs and do kind of what I think I've listened to some of the testimony. It's kind of been laid out before, the cost and expense of operating research vessels and stuff like that for oceanographic research. So at some point in time, and I don't remember what month it was, but so the company had gotten hold of a new vessel for towing. They'd bought it, I think, from the government through GSA auctions, and so it was a former Coast Guard boat, and so I had experience maintaining and operating that. So I believe it. I can't remember her last name. Renata. I believe she testified before. She had come out, and I'm not sure what the purpose of her trip was, but I ended up taking her and Joel Perry. They went scuba diving down. There's an underwater dive park. I don't remember what it's called, near Edmonds, Washington, and they had been diving down there. So during that process, I had learned of her experience with OceanGate and that she had been on the Andrea Doria dive, and that's understanding how that went and occurred, and then finding out that she had paid money to go on the dive. That was my first indicator that something wasn't correct as far as the business model, and that they were trying to circumvent things. So I initially, I think I brought this up to Scott and asked Scott Griffith, and had asked him about the business model and what the plan was for income and for money coming into the company and how things were working, and essentially trying to understand to make sure that everything was on the up and up. And I got various answers. The most common one was, well, they're mission specialists. That term was used a lot, and they're paying members of the crew. Knowing that didn't, as far as my understanding, that didn't pass muster. That isn't you can't just change the title of a person when you're receiving compensation, right? I believe that you're only allowed to receive compensation up to cover certain expenses as far as the operating expenses of the vehicle directly. I think I had dug into the regulations on that a little bit more. The CFR, it's 46 CFR. Found I believe it's the table 2 is in there, which outlined that there is no 6-pack essentially operation for a submersible. So I had taken that and I emailed that to Neil McCurdy, who was the COO, and to Scott Griffith, and I was asking about how are we doing this with a plan to take money for going to the Titanic, and what is the operation here without having a certificate of inspection. That ended up leading to a couple conversations between myself and Scott, and ended up with Scott taking me to lunch with Stockton over at the brewery on site there in Everett. And we had lunch, and during that conversation, I brought up the concerns that I had regarding operating without a COI and not being inspected. He had a long list of issues and reasons why regarding the complication, it was stifling the ingenuity and all these things. He tried to explain the mission specialist aspect to it. I talked about the receiving any sort of compensation aspect. He said that they were going to flag the Titan in the Bahamas and launch out of Canada so that they wouldn't fall under U.S. jurisdiction. I think I'd expressed to him that still taking U.S. passengers on there for hire at any point in time, if they touch the U.S. land, a U.S. port, that would also be of consideration. It ended, the conversation basically ended when he, after explaining that the Coast Guard had tried to, shut him down down in California, and that he wouldn't operate there anymore, but that if the Coast Guard became a problem, that he would buy himself a congressman and make it go away.
Mr. McCoy, is that a direct quote?
He said I would buy a congressman and make basically the problems would go away at that point in time. And that is direct. That will stand in my mind for the rest of time. I've never had anybody say that to me directly, and I was aghast. And basically after that, I resigned from the company and I couldn't work there anymore.
I want to dig into your conversation.
Sure.
Do you remember, was anybody else there? Or was this you and Mr. Rush?
Scott Griffith was there at lunch.
How did you perceive the comment that he would buy a congressman? Was it intimidating, or did you feel it was more like bluster?
I felt like that he was trying to either intimidate me or impress me. That based off of his position and standing, that he would have the influence to tout the Coast Guard rules, or he could, make any problems that might arise go away. So at that point in time, I expressed to him, I said, whatever your concerns are for him and his company, my concerns were, I said, I was still in the Coast Guard Reserve, and I was concerned that if I was to be part of anything that I felt was not correct and would be a violation of U.S. law, that would put me at jeopardy. And I felt like that I had a higher responsibility in following the law, and that I felt like that if the Coast Guard wanted to, I could be recalled and held accountable that way.
Was it your understanding that if the Titan was flagged in the Bahamas and operated out of an international port in international waters, that would be a violation of Coast Guard or U.S. law?
I wasn't sure at the time, and honestly, I still, if it never came back to the United States, then my understanding is that I don't think that would be, but I'm not sure. So, but it didn't sound like it sounded like it was more of an excuse for going forward, or trying to just simply calm my fears. I didn't really believe it at that point in time.
And to clarify, did you not believe that he was going to flag the Titan in the Bahamas?
I didn't know if he was going to flag it in the Bahamas. I just didn't believe that he was never going to operate it out of the United States again. Well, I guess hadn't operated at that point in time, but was never going to operate out of the U.S.
Was the Titan prototype, or the first Titan hold, being tested at that time in Puget Sound?
No, the plans, I believe, were to start testing it around February. So this was late summer. So this was September of 2017. And so I believe the plans were to start testing in Puget Sound around 2018. So they were still assembling it. So it had arrived on site. They, I believe, shortly after it arrived, then they attached the titanium ends, and then they started building out the interior of it. And that's about where it was at when I left. I know the end caps had arrived, but they had not been attached yet.
You mentioned that you resigned the following day from that, after that dinner?
Yeah, it was a lunch. I believe I gave my notice the following day.
Did you give an exit interview with anybody, sir?
I did. It was kind of an unofficial with Bonnie Carl, and she had pulled me aside as I was departing, and was kind of doing. It wasn't something that I guess the company had asked for. It wasn't part of their normal policy, but as that she was overseeing the HR side, she was doing informal exit interviews with a lot of staff. She advised me that there had been a lot of turnovers, so she was been digging in to try to figure out why the turnover was so high at the company.
Did you have any further discussions with your supervisor?
Just when I gave notice to Scott, that I told him that I couldn't be part of that that operation, and my concerns for the legality of how it was operating.
Did he provide any response to that, sir?
No, throughout the whole process, Scott kind of just would echo what Stockton would say. So he didn't have a lot of, he didn't really interject any of his own thoughts or opinions on that.
At the time, you would have been a reservist at Base Seattle,
That's
is that correct?
Yep.
Did you have a relationship with the sector individuals at that,
I did
at
not.
Puget Sound?
No, I did not.
I mean, by the, like marine inspectors or that department at Sector Puget Sound?
No, I did not know anybody over there at the time.
Did you make any notifications to the Coast Guard after this occurred?
No, I had considered whether or not I needed to notify the Coast Guard. At the time, they hadn't dove on Titan in the U.S., so they hadn't violated anything regarding Titan. My understanding was with the Andrea Doria, that was, at my point in time, my understanding was a lot of hearsay from people, and how, that, I don't think anybody at the company of management had told me that, people had paid for it. I don't remember where that information came from. And that they were diving essentially but the term, dive for hire, nobody really wanted to use that. So I didn't have a lot of evidence per se that they were actively doing that. I initially kind of followed what was going on in the event that they did start diving. But David Lockridge had reached out to me about his, so not too much later, I guess that was in 2018, that he had left the company and that he had filed a complaint with OSHA. And so at that point in time, I kind of assumed that it would go down that route, and that OSHA, and if it passed over to the Coast Guard, would get involved. And a deeper investigation would occur. He did not ever notify me of the outcome of that. I've come to find out that he was under an NDA and more other things, so I didn't know where it went from that. And eventually I just kind of quit following the company, not thinking that they would ever actually dive Titan. So.
And so you've discussed your familiarity with the certificate of inspection
Yes.
requirements. Are you familiar with oceanographic research vessel designations that are provided by the Coast Guard?
I am not. I've never, I know that they exist, but I have never dealt with them.
Understand. At this time, I'd like to go to Lieutenant Commander Emmons for any questions.
Good morning, Mr. McCoy. I just had one question. You had mentioned Mr. Lockridge in the conversation you had after he departed the company. Did you ever have any conversations with him regarding safety concerns, or did he ever have conversations with you regarding his safety concerns while you're both at the company?
Yeah, when I started at the company, there wasn't a lot of experience with anything to do with maritime operations. Pretty much when I started, it was David, and that was it. They made Scott Griffith was my boss. He came from the construction industry. It was very clear that he had no maritime experience. He had never operated on the oceans outside of some recreational stuff, and he had never worked in the marine industry. And then the other operations technician at the time was Ryan Stockfleet, and he had not come from a maritime background at all. So initially learning some of the ways that they were operating and the things that they were doing was of concern to me. And I had some concerns and regarding how we were towing the Lars operation, things like that. And then that ended up developing over time there was a lot of safety conversations when the first Cyclops 2 or the first Titan hull arrived. That was a constant conversation amongst most everybody, almost every day.
And what were some of those
So,
conversations?
conversation being one was the size, and then as I think it's been attested to before, the ends of it. As you looked into it, it didn't look like a very quality layup. There was a lot of conversations over how it was going to be tested, and I think that came to that it was going to be Stockton was going to take it down himself. And it was interesting. It went really quickly from, they had considered testing it out in Maryland at the ocean test facility there, but that with the cost would be too expensive essentially, and so that Stockton would just take it down and dive it. Anytime that the idea of saying, well, why can't we just essentially put it on a cable and pull it down to the ocean floor if you want to test it on man, then that's a whole lot probably cheaper. They just wouldn't even be open to conversation about that. And so there was a lot of just concern overall. I think the engineering department didn't seem overly qualified. So that was a concern they seemed to be handling all the design, especially once I kind of found out that the University of Washington really wasn't involved anymore, and nor was Boeing. So you're looking for who is the qualified individual that's making these decisions. And it was really, the engineering staff over there was Tony Nissen, and then what I think they had one or two other full-time folks, but everybody else was basically college interns during that summer while I was there. So it was pretty concerning over the qualifications for what they were attempting to do with that submarine.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Neubauer.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Whalen has a question.
Thank you, sir. Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Rush or anybody at Ocean Gate regarding retired Rear Admiral Lockwood while you were there?
Yeah, so it came up at one point, I don't remember exactly when, so I learned that he was on the board, and I don't remember where I had learned that, but there was a conversation. I don't remember if it was in passing specifically, but I think that Stockton was just trying to basically, it came up in conversation that they had been sharing information about the development and the design with the board, and I think that it was one of those conversations of trying to calm nerves and to say that Admiral Lockwood had they had done a brief, and he'd even commented feedback on that he was concerned over the Lars design with having those air tanks exposed and towing it in the North Atlantic. But that was about all I had for conversation regarding Admiral Lockwood. And so that was from, in conversation with Stockton. I don't remember when that was, but that was the one thing that stood out about that. I didn't know much about Admiral Lockwood.
Thank you.
So I'd like to go to the climate, work climate at Ocean Gate during the time you were there. Were the senior personnel open to receiving feedback? It is interesting that you had meetings with your supervisor and the CEO of the company.
Yes, Stockton was in and out a lot. He didn't, my interactions with him directly, he seemed just, well, he seemed to be very defensive whenever anybody asked questions that were pointed. But other than that, Neil McCurdy and Scott Griffith were both very easy to talk to. They would listen, but I feel like that there was a lot of just almost mouthpiecing for Stockton and for what he was trying to accomplish. And so the one person that really took things serious was David Lockridge. And it became very apparent that he was unhappy with the interactions going on. I know that he had no faith in the engineering department there, especially Tony. And there were concerns. He started kind of filling me in, David Lockridge did, about how things went as we were talking about once the Cyclops 2 arrived, or the Titan Hull 1 arrived, and we were having these conversations over the hull, and the viewport concerns were mentioned at the time, and they were trying to, and then we also had the two contractors that worked there, Chris Himes and Tim. Can't remember Tim's last name all of a sudden, but they were both subcontractors for the company, so they would come in and out over that summer while I was there. And just talking to them, they had a lot of submersible experience, and they had a lot of questions that didn't seem to be getting answered as well, regarding the design, the build, and what was occurring, and how that was proceeding forward. So, and then I had started hearing some stories about Stockton's temper. David had shared with me the story of the Andrea Doria dive and them getting stuck, and the having to get out of that situation, and Stockton's kind of his temper towards David having to take over, and that was also very concerning, that he may not have had the temperament to be doing this kind of work.
Did anyone else ever have concerns voiced to you about Mr. Rush's temper?
Not that I can remember. I mean, the only people that were really there at the time while I was there on the operations side were Scott, Griffith, Ryan, Stockfleet, myself, David, and then I think there was an intern. She came through for a little while, Michaela Monroe or something like that. And then there was they hired on somebody right before I left, and so. But other than that, there were very.
Was the conversation at lunch a heated discussion?
It became very tense. I felt very uncomfortable initially, just kind of laying it out, what my concerns were. I thought he'd be a little bit more receptive to it, and it was very quickly, you could see the avoidance of we're not taking passengers for hire kind of thing. And then as he shifted over to well, we're going to flag it outside the U.S., it became a pretty tense conversation.
Did you clearly explain your background in the Coast Guard to Mr. Rush?
I think I had explained to him that I'd been a boarding officer in the Coast Guard, and that, my understanding and experience with, vessels, for passengers for hire, and that, I initially, when I started with the company too, I wasn't aware that submersibles didn't have a 6-passenger exemption for uninspected. So that was later. And then, excuse me, yeah, so that specific information I'd found out while I was working there, but I explained it to him. He didn't seem to care.
And sir, before I go to the NTSB, we've been going for about 45 minutes. Would you like to take a break?
No, I'm okay. I'm just
Okay.
thank you.
All right, Mr. Muse?
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Coy. I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Commander Willen?
Mr. McCoy, do you believe that Mr. Rush understood the regulations as they were in place at that time?
I absolutely do.
Do you know what a professional engineer is?
Yes.
And what is a professional engineer?
So a professional engineer is a person who has basically, they have to have a degree in their specialty field, and then they work in the state of Washington. I believe it's a 5-year program that they have to work under another professional engineer, and they have to meet a set of milestones, and And basically at that time, then they become licensed as a professional engineer in that state that they are operating in.
And at the time that you were employed with Ocean Gate, was there a professional engineer that you were aware of on staff?
I don't believe so.
And in your employment now, and I believe you work for a shipbuilding company.
I do.
Do they have a safety first policy or any type of employee safety policy?
They do.
And in the policy that you work with now, if you were to bring up a safety concern, what's the process for bringing up a safety concern?
So they have a director of safety or a safety manager at the company that oversees the entirety of the safety program. And then there's an entire safety department involved in that process. And then there's also and the safety manager answers directly to the CEO of the company. So there's not any of the other directors or vice presidents are in that chain. And then any complaints that are brought up or concerns are basically are brought up and forwarded to that department and then investigated by that department, who acts independently from the rest of the shipyard.
And was that similar to the same process as when you were with Ocean Gate?
No, it was, there was no formal kind of an outside of your normal chain safety process. It was basically you would bring up your concerns directly to your supervisor, and they would work their way up, and they were always adjudicated somewhere up between whoever your director was and Stockton.
Was there a safety officer at Ocean Gate that you were aware of?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Fawcett?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Did you retain copies of any emails between yourself and Ocean Gate related to your safety concerns?
I do not have any emails retained from 2017, no.
And then, did you hear or see any communication regarding documenting or state registering the Titan?
No, I think I had asked about that because they did have Washington numbers for the Antipodes and for Cyclops 1, so they had WN numbers for those two, so those were clearly U.S. flagged vessels. I believe I asked if that was the plan, and I think that the answer was just no. And then it wasn't until lunch that they talked about with Stockton, where he talked about flagging it in the Bahamas. That was the first time I'd heard that.
So as a Coast Guard boarding officer, if you saw a vessel that didn't have registration numbers in navigable waters of the United States, what action would you take?
So they would not be allowed to operate. There would definitely be, at a minimum, it's going to be a citation written. You're going to, being that they're not allowed to operate in U.S. waters, you're not going to allow them to continue their trip. So they're going to have to head home and be terminated, and it would most likely be a citation, and then it would be entered into missile and tracked from there if they attempted to, I guess, try to operate further.
And that's the Coast Guard's database we've talked about here at great length.
Correct, yes. The marine information for safety and law enforcement, I believe.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. McCoy, during your entire time in the Coast Guard, have you ever encountered a vessel that did not have either a U.S. document, U.S. flag, or a state registration underway?
I had I did a boarding on a vessel. It was a sailboat that had, it had conflicting information regarding, so it had been U.S. documented, but the documentation had never been apparently transferred over to the new owner. So the bill of sale and all the information that said who the ownership was. So essentially at that point in time, I believe it was considered to be, we considered it to be an undocumented vessel, being that it had not been transferred over, and he was cited for that.
And just to clarify, that would be an expired registration or documentation?
Correct, yes, yeah. So it was a previously documented vessel at that point in time. The certificate of, the certificate of documentation was no longer valid.
Are you aware of how the Coast Guard tracks recreational and commercial vessels in the missile database?
Yes, in the terms, if you're referring to, so by vessel name, you can search by VIN number, and you could also search it by their state or their documentation number.
And by VIN, you mean vessel identification number?
Correct, yes.
And that would be the Coast Guard documentation number if federally documented.
Correct, yes.
From your experience, would it be hard to track a vessel in our database that was not registered or documented?
It would. It would probably need you would probably need some amplifying information in there. I would assume if it's going to be flagged in any country or any state, I believe it's common though that they would have to have affixed a VIN number to it or a vessel identification number to it. So if otherwise it would just be, if there's no VIN number, then that I would assume as a boarding officer that it's not flagged or documented.
During your time at OceanGate, the approximately 6 months, are you aware of any operations that OceanGate conducted with the Antipodes or the Cyclops?
During my time there, it was all just test dives, so testing equipment and doing some training dives. So with Antipodes, we towed it out a few times just out there in Everett Harbor, or it was just testing at the dock. The biggest thing for Antipodes at that point in time was that they were just making sure that they were keeping it up to date, and because it had an ABS class, I think that they did an ABS inspection on it that summer, so that was part of the reason why Tim had come up, because Tim and Chris Imes they helped a lot with the maintenance of Antipodes and Cyclops. And then Cyclops was just training and testing of various equipment. So, and that was all done there out in the harbor, just outside of, in Possession Sound, just outside of Everett. And that was that was when they actually installed the modem. So they were doing all like the text information. Prior to that, it was all voice communications through the basically the underwater phone that was used.
Which submersible was that, sir?
That was on Cyclops 1.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions.
Sure, thank you. Mr. McCoy, you mentioned that you started at OceanGate in April 2017. When did you leave?
September of 2017.
Thank you. And Commander Whalen asked you about Admiral Lockwood. Did you have any conversations with Admiral Lockwood directly?
No, I never met him.
In response to Mr. Neubauer's question, you mentioned the dive operations with Antipodes and Cyclops just now. Did those involve anyone, to your knowledge, who paid to go on those dive operations?
No, I believe everybody that was on the submersibles was all OceanGate staff.
Thank you.
Mr. McCoy, before we conclude with your testimony, I'd like to call a short recess to make sure we don't have any final questions for you, sir.
Sure.
The hearing will now recess and reconvene at 10 a.m. The hearing is now back in session. At this time, does the board or OceanGate have any final questions for Mr. McCoy? Mr. McCoy, is there anything that I haven't asked or the board hasn't asked that would be of value to this investigation that you have?
I think we've covered most of my experience with OceanGate.
Thank you again, sir, for reaching out to the board during this proceeding. We appreciate you changing your schedule to be here today. You are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. If I later determine this board needs additional information from you, including any emails that you may have, if you can check the archive again, I would appreciate that. We will contact you through directly. And if you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigations recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
We will now take a recess. Our next witness, Captain Jamie Frederick, is scheduled to be at 10:45. If we can contact the witness, if he's here, we are going to try to start at 10:30. The hearing is now This hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Captain Jamie Frederick, the Sector Commander of Coast Guard Sector Boston. Captain Frederick, it's good to see you again, and I appreciate you making the trip down from your command duties in Boston. At this time, our recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will administer your oath, sir.
Good morning, Captain. Could you raise your right hand? A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001, and may also be subject to discipline under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Captain, before we begin, just want to clarify, we try to minimize the use of acronyms, so if you can define those as if they're used. And if you ever need a break, just let me know and we'll take a recess. I see that you have counsel with you today. Counselor, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Lieutenant Commander Jesse Brenton, 1st Coast Guard District.
Thank you. Captain Frederick, I'd like to start by going over your education and work experience background that would be relevant to your testimony today, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. First, I'd like to, on behalf of the entire Unified Command, offer our deepest condolences to the family and friends of the 5 people that were lost aboard Titan. I've been in the Coast Guard for 30 years. I've had a variety of both operational and staff assignments. I think for the purposes of the hearing, I'll just focus on the operational assignments that have given me my search and rescue experience. So I enlisted in the Coast Guard in 1994, and I served at 2 units as an enlisted member on an operational multi-mission cutter, and then at a small boat station where I was a boat coxswain. So basically I drove a small boat and conducted search and rescue operations at the very tactical level. After officer candidate school, I served at Coast Guard Group Key West, where I worked in the command center, and we ran the operations in the Florida Keys. While the SAR system has changed a little bit, for all intents and purposes, I was a search and rescue mission coordinator there and ran search and rescue and law enforcement operations. My next operational assignment, I was the commanding officer of Coast Guard Motor Lifeboat Station, Cape Disappointment, Washington. That's at the mouth of the Columbia River. It's known for the lifeboat school is also there, a center of excellence for heavy weather boat operations, and my unit was in charge of conducting search and rescue on the Columbia River Bar, the offshore environment there, and the Columbia River. Next, I was the chief of law enforcement at Sector Northern New England, where I oversaw law enforcement operations in Maine, New Hampshire, and then on Lake Champlain in Vermont and New York. Fleeted up to be the chief of response there, where I was then in charge of all of the operations. Essentially, it's like being an operations officer under the sector commander in that same area. I then went to work at the Coast Guard 1st District, where I was the chief of law enforcement for basically just a broader area. The 1st District encompasses from basically Sandy Hook, New Jersey to the northern border. And I ran or oversaw the policy and operations for law enforcement, but I also was a search and rescue mission coordinator, and I held active search suspension authority at D1. And that is the position I was in last June when the Titan case took place. In July of this year, I assumed responsibilities as the sector commander and captain of the port in Boston, Massachusetts.
Sir,
Yes.
just to clarify, can you define what D1 is and what that means from a Coast Guard standpoint?
Sure. So the Coast Guard is broken into districts. So on the East Coast, there are several districts up and down the East Coast. There's 5 in total. The 1st Coast Guard district is basically the Northeast. So from Sandy Hook, New Jersey, to the Canadian border. And as part of that responsibility, the 1st Coast Guard district, the command center there is also Rescue and Coordination Center Boston, and those responsibilities go to 1,300 nautical miles offshore.
Thank you, sir. Any other background before?
Well, you'd asked about education, so I've been to various schools in the Coast Guard for search and rescue planning and oversight. I hold a bachelor's degree from Troy University and a master's degree from Johns Hopkins.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to, for you to describe the area of responsibility and how the Coast Guard prepares for search and rescue offshore from the first district.
Sure. So I think maybe I want to take it to kind of an elementary level to start, and because when we talk about the timeline, I'll talk about receiving the call. So I want to explain what that means. All over the Coast Guard, we have sectors, which are work under the districts. And I don't want to make this confusing, but and then we have districts, and the district has a command center where the sectors within that district report to. So in this case, it was the first Coast Guard district, which I said also encompasses Rescue Coordination Center, Boston. In those command centers, we have 24/7, 365 days a year watchstanders who are professional search planners, mission coordinators, and they stand those watches. And so if I refer to a command center, in this case, the first district, that would be the 24/7 watchstanders that are there. Now, outside of the command center, there's a very deliberate chain of command in the search and rescue chain of command, and it consists of a search and rescue mission coordinator, which is deliberately outside of the command center to provide oversight and search planning. And then active search suspension authority, that's the role that I was serving in during the Titan case. That's an additional layer of oversight. There's two additional responsibilities that generally come with that position. One is you're generally the person that communicates with the next of kin and families during the case. And you are also the person, if and when a case gets to a point where you suspend the search, that would make that decision. In that role, you work directly for the SAR coordinator. In this case, the SAR coordinator was the first district commander, and that was Rear Admiral John Mauger.
Thank you, Captain. Now, can you go back to the events of how you were notified of the Titan initially back on June 2023? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. And before you do that, sir, can you define AOR?
Yeah, sorry, it's an area of responsibility.
And for the rest of your testimony, we've defined search and rescue as SAR, so you can just
Thank
use
you.
SAR.
Thank you. Okay, so sure, I'm happy to talk about the timeline in general terms, and we can drill down if anywhere that you want to. So on Sunday, and I'll use, so for the time, I'll just use local time in Boston, Massachusetts, so Eastern Standard Time. We received a call into the First District Command Center at 5:40, so 17:40, 5:40 p.m. We received a call, and it was a report of an overdue submersible at the site of the Titanic. So in simplest terms, when that call came into the command center, it was an overdue. And we consider an overdue vessel. There's different ways that you classify search and rescue cases and different scenarios that get you into different phases. In this case, we were in the distress phase. And an overdue vessel, in the simplest terms, means that you have confirmed departure from a location and confirmed non-departure. And that would put you in the distress phase. Now, in each of our command centers around the country, these professional watchstanders have checklists that they go through. They're often referred to as a QRC, which is a quick response card. And there are quick response cards for all sorts of scenarios, from the most basic to the most complex. And in this case, we were really working off two. There's one that exists for subsurface search and rescue, and then of course the overdue case that I spoke of. So our watchstanders were working through those. Of course, the call was anomalous, and it was, I talked about it being simple in the terms of an overdue, but it was complex for many, many reasons. One, you're talking about a multi-dimensional search, subsurface and surface. because at the time we were working under the understanding that the emergency procedures for Titan was that the vessel would surface, and the distance offshore, the fact that there were no readily accessible response resources on the surface. But what I would say is our watchstanders are incredible professionals, and the first thing that they did is to look for air assets. And we happen to have a Coast Guard, United States Coast Guard, C-130, on deck in St. John's. And ironically, that aircraft was on deck in St. John's because they were conducting an international ice patrol mission, which is something the Coast Guard does as a result of the sinking of the Titanic. We were able to speak to them, and the crew had the capacity to fly, so we immediately launched them to conduct a surface search. And then we started working through those checklists, and over the course of going into Sunday evening, there were a lot of things that were happening. We reached out to our higher headquarters at Coast Guard Atlantic area, and they were the main conduit to the United States Navy at Fleet Forces Command, their battle watch. We were talking to them. We were querying the Navy if they had any available resources. Unfortunately, they did not have any available resources that could respond in a timely manner to the area. We were obviously talking to the Canadians, who were incredible throughout this entire search. And one of the things that we found on the checklist for submersible search and rescue, and I'll tell you, in my 30 years, and I've worked thousands of search and rescue cases, this was the first time I'd ever worked a subsurface search. There's an organization under NATO called ISMERLO. You're going to get me on the acronym here. I think it's the International Submarine Escape and Rescue Liaison Office. I think those are all the words. I may have gotten them out of order. And we reached out to them, and they have a 24/7 phone number you can call, and they start going through their procedures. And as part of their procedures, they put out a broadcast, basically a global broadcast to vessels at sea that have subsurface capability. So really what we were looking for at that time is ROV capability. And the vessel, Deep Energy, responded. They were a deep sea pipe laying vessel, and they agreed to start heading to that location with their ROVs. Now, they had 3,000 meter ROVs on board. From the time of initial notification, I believe that Deep Energy was on scene within 34 hours. By Monday morning, we were flying Canadian aircraft, both for the surface search, and at that point, we were flying P-3 aircraft with the capability to listen with sonar capability. And really, I guess an important point I want to make is from the initial call, from the time that we launched that Coast Guard C-130 out of St. John's, we flew nose to tail. So that really means when an aircraft was landing, another one was basically taking off all the way up until Thursday. We were also working with the Canadian Coast Guard to get Canadian Coast Guard cutters on scene because they were the closest. We knew that we had a Coast Guard cutter that was working off, a United States Coast Guard cutter that was working off of Greenland, but they were, the initial reports were they were 4 to 5 days away. And we were reaching out to as many partners as we could, including the New York Air National Guard, who flew several sorties for us as well. Over the course of Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we continued those air searches. Deep Energy arrived on scene on Tuesday morning, and they immediately commenced ROV operations. And again, they were limited at 3,000 meter ROVs. A point I want to make there, so one of the most basic principles in search and rescue is that you go to the last known position. And that's something that, of course, we were efforting, but we were limited in our capability. And when Deep Energy arrived on scene, they pushed one of their 3,000-meter ROVs beyond its operating capability in an effort to get to the last known position, and it failed. And they brought it back to the surface, and from that point forward, we did not push beyond the operating capability. And I think I'll get back to, we can talk about the ROV planning outside of that. It's kind of a separate string of effort. At the same time, we were working vigorously to put together a team of experts. And those team of experts ultimately formed the unified command. And I strongly believe that we brought in the world's best experts. We had, and I'll probably miss some groups, but we were obviously working with the U.S. Navy through Fleet Forces Command. We had ComSub, PAC and LANT, NAVC, Naval Sea Services Command, and then we also were working with Navy, so SUPSALV, which is supervisor of dive and salve operations, the United States Navy.
And Captain, I think you said ComSub?
Yeah, so commander of submarine forces, both Pacific and Atlantic. We also had subject matter experts on board, so submariners from the Royal Navy. We reached out to, we're lucky to be located in Boston, Massachusetts, where we have a lot of resources. We reached out to Woods Hole, to the oceanographic, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and they sent us subject matter experts, particularly one subject matter expert who was a retired Navy captain, sub-commodore. He was in the Unified Command. And we brought this team together, frankly, because OceanGate was operating without a plan. And we brought a team together to come up with a plan to effect a search.
Captain, I just want to clarify a point on that. When you say they were operating without a plan, do you mean a backup emergency rescue plan?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And, if you look at it, so essentially on Sunday afternoon from a standing start, we were handed, I think what many would think is, before this, almost an impossible task. And from 5:40 Eastern Standard Time on Sunday to 9 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, we had a 6,000-meter ROV on the ocean floor at the site of the Titanic. And I've talked quite a bit with some of the experts from SUPSALV, and they will say that they consider that as unprecedented, and can talk about some of the logistics it took to move those ROVs.
And Captain, just for the record, I want to clarify some of the dates. When you say Sunday, that would be June 18th, 2023.
Correct.
Tuesday, June 20th, 2023.
Yes.
And then that Thursday, approximately 4 days later, June 22nd, 2023.
Correct.
Okay. Captain, can you clarify why the U.S. Coast Guard has responsibility for international waters over the Titanic for search and rescue?
Absolutely. So that's a question we've received quite a bit, I think. And what I would say is, it was never a question within the community of experts that understand offshore search and rescue. The world's maritime is divided into regions with responsibility clearly defined in international law. And the area that the Titanic rests is clearly within RCC Boston, Rescue and Coordination Center Boston's area of responsibility. So I think an important point is those predetermined search and rescue agreements are critical. And what that means is there was never a delay within the community of professional responders. When the Canadians in Halifax received the call, they knew immediately it was within Boston's responsibility, and they reached out to us. And then the other thing I would say is, we work so closely with the Canadians on a day-to-day basis. We exercise plans, while we've never exercised a plan for a submersible rescue. We certainly exercise them for search and rescue, for oil spill response, and we have close working relationships, and those paid dividends during this case.
Captain, when you talk about unified command, the concept, can you give a little background on that? And was it a physical location or virtual for the unified command?
So it was both. So under the Integrated Command System, ICS, ICS exists for large scale or even moderate scale responses, and what it gives you an opportunity to come together and use a common terminology. It sets up a battle rhythm for meetings, a battle rhythm for making decisions. In this case, we knew clearly that we didn't have all the subject matter expertise, and we needed to bring as much of that to the table as we could as quickly as possible. And we had a large number, we had more people in person than virtually. However, we leveraged technology to the full extent, from Microsoft Teams holding meetings to talking to the cutters on scene, the Canadian Coast Guard cutters, and the polar prints via satellite comms.
And earlier, you mentioned, I believe you said you flew Canadian air assets. And I just want to make sure, for the record, that you were directing our Canadian air assets to fly. It wasn't a Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard flight, correct?
Well, we had both, right? So there were multiple sorties throughout the course of the search. United States Coast Guard C-130s flew, along with the New York Air National Guard and then the Canadian Air Force.
Thank you. And as the SAR coordinator, you were able to direct Canadian assets?
Absolutely.
Captain, can you talk about some of the information and challenges that you had up until the point where you were able to get a visual on the wreckage itself? Well,
I mean, the case was challenging for many reasons. The distance offshore, the fact that we didn't have Canadian or Coast Guard surface assets there for a few days. The fact that we were limited initially to 3,000 meter ROVs. We were working vigorously to bring in additional capability. I mean, that's obvious, right? Because we got to the point of having a 6,000 meter ROV on scene on Thursday. I'm happy to talk to some of how that was planned.
Before we go to that, sir, I'm curious if you had communications with Ocean Gate or the crew of the Polar Prince that were on scene at the site.
We did. We had been talking to Ocean Gate and the Polar Prince throughout the entire search. In fact, in the early days of the search, the Polar Prince actually served as the on-scene commander because we were limited and that was the only option.
And it is standard practice in the Coast Guard to use a commercial asset if necessary to be the initial on-scene commander?
It is. I mean, it's not ideal, but in this case, it was the only option. And so to have an on-scene presence, that you have eyes on scene with communication capability. Again, they had satellite comms, so we were talking to them on a routine basis. And, ideally, we would have liked to have transferred on-scene commander to a United States Coast Guard cutter or a Canadian Coast Guard cutter, which ultimately we did, but that took some time.
Do you remember when that transfer occurred, sir?
I believe it happened on Wednesday. And that's not to say, so I believe that John Cabot may have arrived some hours before that, maybe even into Tuesday, but you have to understand that transfer takes time. Whoever is serving as on-scene commander has lines of communication established, and there are plans in place, and you want to make sure the transfer is smooth and you don't lose any of the progress that you've made. So it's a deliberate process. It takes some time, and we did it as quickly as possible.
And Captain, was it the understanding of the Unified Command that the Titan had survival systems on board that would allow the crew to remain alive, submerged for a period of time?
Yes, it was. We understood that was possible. There was also, from the Polar Prince, Ocean Gate was also presenting us a scenario where the Titan could have been somewhere in the water column. So we focused our subsurface efforts with the 3,000-meter ROVs to search the water column. We were working with subsurface experts within the Unified Command who were gathering undersea currents and data that gave us additional information to focus those searches. At the same time, as early as Monday, when the P3s were flying, we were receiving information from the aircraft that they were detecting underwater noises via sonar, and we were exploring all of those pieces of data as well.
Sir, in your experience, can you explain the Coast Guard's duties and approach about possibility of survival and how you weighed that to potential suspension of the case?
Well, I would say in this case, we really never even got to the point to have the discussion of suspension. And I wouldn't even want to speculate on when that would happen, but I will talk about the amount of due diligence that we put into every single search and rescue case. Every day around this country, the United States Coast Guard oversees search and rescue. And I think maybe for the purposes of this hearing, I will present an example of a very simple overdue case. So if you were departing on a sailboat from Charleston to, say, Key West, and you filed a float plan and you told your family or a friend that you were going to leave on a certain day and arrive on a certain day, and you gave additional details to that, and then you didn't arrive when you're supposed to, and you have no, and so let's say the family or friend who's in contact with you now has no contact. So now you have lost comms, you have confirmed departure and confirmed non-arrival. So that's exactly where we were on Sunday the 18th with Titan. But now let's take it again to the case of the more simple case of a sailboat. We would go into a distress phase in a case like that, and we would search. And I can't tell you, it would depend on a case by case, but it may be a track line search where an aircraft would fly the route. It could be, there could be many different options based on the information, the weather, and a lot of different things. But the point is, we would have assets up looking. We would also be doing investigative work, calling different marinas or places where they possibly could have gone to, and we would run every lead to ground. Now, I'll present another scenario, another piece to that scenario. If we received a report in that case with a sailboat from Charleston to Key West that someone saw a vessel that fit that description, it was a credible source, it looked very much like it, and it pulled into Isle Morada. We would run that lead to ground. We would send either a Coast Guard unit or local law enforcement to that marina, and we would investigate. And we would not stop search efforts until we got to a point where there's no longer a reasonable expectation of survival or we found what we were looking for. So I bring that up in context of reports of sounds and other things that were happening and the fact that we continued to search. Well, that's what we do in every search and rescue case.
Are you aware of other Coast Guard search and rescue cases that expanded beyond several days to weeks or that period of time?
Yeah, absolutely. And every case is different. If you're searching for a person in the water who is reported maybe fell off a sailboat and is in a life jacket and you're in the North Atlantic, well, obviously that period of search may be shorter because of water temperature. It's much different if you're searching for a person in the water, maybe wearing a life jacket in the Caribbean. And in this case, we had a lot of different information coming in, and with it, we were within 96 hours in this entire case.
And Captain, I believe you testified that over your 30-year career, you had not been involved in a subsurface search and rescue case. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Are you aware of any other Coast Guard subsurface searches in recent history or even the last 30 years?
No, I'm not personally aware of any.
Are you aware of the last subsurface search that the Coast Guard conducted?
I am not.
So is it fair to say that was the first time you'd ever used the subsurface QRC?
It certainly is for me. I would point out one thing, though. It's not uncommon for the Coast Guard to oversee operations where maybe we don't have all the subject matter expertise. And I don't want to go too far, but I would say, look no further to an oil spill where we bring in subject matter experts into a unified command. It may be a science support coordinator who helps us figure out booming strategies and the recovery of oil. It's not even the first time the Coast Guard has overseen underwater operations. And I think you could look to the Deepwater Horizon event, where we certainly didn't have subject matter expertise to run ROV operations in thousands of feet of water to cap an oil well. But we brought those subject matter experts into the unified command, and under our oversight and leadership, we conducted the operation. And I think that's an important point because that's what the United States Coast Guard brought to this case. We brought a bias for action, we brought leadership, and we brought experience in bringing different agencies together in a response operation. And the Coast Guard has a unique competency, I believe, an ability to bring those partners together, both private and public, and in this case, international, which we certainly needed.
In your opinion, is that the power of the Incident Command System, ICS, to bring expertise needed into an incident?
It is, and it provides a mechanism to do that. In a search and rescue case, may not always be the absolute perfect fit, but in this case, it gave us the avenue and the structure to bring those experts in to get the mission accomplished.
Captain, I'd like to now discuss some of the ROV choices and availabilities to the Unified Command during the incident. We've heard previous testimony that the Coast Guard did not utilize available ROVs for the search and rescue effort, and I'd like to hear if you can clarify that point, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So a couple things. I think I'd first like to frame kind of my response in saying that there's limited resources worldwide, right? What we're looking for, obviously, is a 6,000 meter ROV. So those resources are limited, and then they need to be available, and they need to be available quickly. And in any response, you may not always get the perfect resource to the scene, but you want to get the best resource there as quickly as possible. And I think it's important to understand a few things with respect to the ROV planning in this case. So the first point is that OceanGate reached out to Pelagic on Sunday, the 18th. And I believe, I don't know the exact timeline, but it was somewhere right around the time that we received initial notification. So OceanGate had already reached out to Pelagic in conjunction with notifying the Coast Guard. Now, what I would tell you, Pelagic at that point started making preparations, getting their team together. They had their ROV that ultimately made it to the scene, the 6,000 meter Odysseus ROV, was a flyaway kit, meaning it was packaged and ready to go, but not, it's my understanding, and I'm not an expert, but my understanding is there was some workup time and some preparations that still needed to be made. And normally, all of this would take weeks, if not longer. So Pelagic started making those arrangements. Now, what Pelagic didn't have, they had the flyaway kit, they had the 6,000 meter ROV, they had the expertise, and they knew they could get there. But they didn't have the ability to move all that equipment. And what we offered from the Unified Command is the ability to talk to United States Transportation Command and move that heavy equipment. So, and I think I heard an earlier witness say that we didn't use an ROV from New York. So the Pelagic ROV did come from Western New York. And we flew that ROV with the help of U.S. Transcom, so Transportation Command. And it took 3 C-17 heavy lift aircraft. And I think it was in the neighborhood of, in total, 70,000 pounds of equipment. That's an immense amount of equipment to move. Now, to just talk about those logistical challenges, that equipment had to be moved to St. John's, and then it had to be trucked from the airport to the seaport. And then it had to be loaded onto a vessel of opportunity, which was the Horizon Arctic. Now, again, normally would take weeks to do this, and I think there's an important point to be made here as well. It's not as simple as when that equipment shows up at the seaport, you don't just pick it up and put it on the vessel of opportunity, but it has to be welds. There has to be brackets that are fabricated, and it has to be welded to the deck. And it was an incredible team effort with the team from Pelagic and all the folks on the ground that went through that, and they were able to load all that equipment on board and get the Horizon Arctic underway. I believe on early in the morning on Tuesday. Is that correct? What is the timeline? No, it was Wednesday. So Wednesday the 21st at I think 5:30. So 5:30 in the morning, local time in St. John's. They were underway. Of course, they were on scene by Thursday, and they arrived in the early hours, and by 9 o'clock local, they were on the ocean floor, and we had discovered the debris field. While all of this is going on, we were working with the subsurface team of experts in the Unified Command, and they were the folks from Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, who have done extensive mapping of the ocean floor of the site of Titanic. They were providing the team information on where they believed the Titan would be, and their information was accurate. When we were able to get the 6,000 meter ROV on scene, they quickly found the debris field. An additional thing I wanted to bring up on the ROV. So on top of, in addition to working to get the Pelagic team out there, we're talking about that level of heavy lift. I mean, that's an immense amount of effort to get that equipment on scene. At the same time, we had a backup plan. And the backup plan was there was a French vessel with a 6,000 meter ROV, and they were en route. What they didn't have was their ROV, the team of operators. And we were working behind the scenes as quickly as we could to get that team of French operators there, and that was a pretty immense effort in itself. And the Canadians were incredible in that effort. The French team flew into St. John's. They were escorted by RCMP, a police escort to the port. They loaded onto a Canadian Coast Guard cutter, and they were headed out to scene. And they arrived on scene on Thursday, but of course by that time, the Odysseus was already in the water.
Captain, I think you mentioned it earlier, but were there any communications issues between the Canadian Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard, or any other like military type, not military assets, but government assets?
No, not beyond the normal, maybe normal challenges you would, in any response. Communications can be a challenge, but I would say nothing that impacted our ability to get the mission done. In fact, I would actually argue the opposite, that the communication between the U.S. Navy and the United States Coast Guard was incredible. Our Coast Guard Atlantic Area Command, Atlantic Area Commander at the time, Vice Admiral Lunday, was having communications directly with the Navy, and we were receiving all of the assets that we needed.
During your time in the 1st District, did you ever have any exercises or search and rescue exercises with the Canadians prior to this event, sir?
We do. We exercise with the Canadians on an annual basis.
Did that always occur every year?
It does. Whether it be a tabletop exercise where you're just exercising the plans and the lines of communication, or exercises where you're actually putting assets out on the water.
During the response to the Titan, were there any weather factors that influenced the search?
There were. There were several days where the ceiling was low. I think the aircraft were limited to there were 500-foot ceiling at certain points. I mean, in general terms, the search conditions were good. It's relative, right? You're 1,000 miles off the coast of, or 900 miles from Cape Cod, 400 miles south of St. John's. It gets rough, but we weren't hampered severely by weather.
Thank you, Captain. At this time, I'd like to pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Emmons.
Good afternoon, Captain Frederick. Can you explain who's in charge of search and rescue operations for the Coast Guard in the distress phase?
Well, I mean, the SAR coordinator is always ultimately in charge, but the search and rescue mission coordinator is the one who is overseeing the operations.
In general, you had mentioned your search and rescue training, but can you kind of describe the training that command center staffs receive to execute search missions?
Sure, there are formalized schools at our training center in Yorktown. There's also on-the-job training. There's extensive qualifications and tasks that you have to do, and it takes, ultimately, to be a search and rescue mission coordinator, it takes years.
And is underwater search and rescue taught in SAR school?
No, I don't think there's any detailed level of course material there. Now, understand this is these events don't happen with a high level of frequency. So again, though, you can apply the basic principles of search and rescue really to any response, and that's what we did in this case.
Was there any impact to Titan search operations due to personnel shortages, or either on ashore or the ships or aircrafts that would normally have been utilized for the search mission?
No, not to our resources. What I would say, though, is that anytime you deal with a response of this nature, a large-scale response, your local resources are, you're overwhelmed in the beginning. But what you do, and what we did, is you bring additional resources in, and we did that. We brought in the Coast Guard incident management team, some additional public affairs support, and we started to build a team of support around the existing command structure. And another thing that we did is we separated the Titan search from the watch floor, so from normal First District operations, because as this is going on, there are operations that are going on all over the Northeast, so the First District's the Northeast, on any given day. I mean, look at a day, just yesterday, we had search and rescue cases going on in the Northeast. We had our sector in New York was overseeing maritime security operations for the United Nations General Assembly. I mean, these things are going on a daily basis, and when you have a large-scale event, you need to separate that and keep everyday operations going on.
Was all the equipment that would be used in the search and rescue operations in a full state of readiness, such as computer systems, software, radio, communications, vessel assets?
Yes.
What are the Coast Guard procedures, what Coast Guard procedures will cover the planning and execution of subsea search and rescue operations?
Well, there's a like I said, there's a checklist for that you go through, and in many respects, the initial actions are the same, right? We talked about, we put assets on scene because, again, we had to operate under the assumption that there's a possibility that the Titan was on the surface. So that planning, we're calculating the set and the drift through computer models that we have, and coming up with search patterns to continue to search the surface. At the same time, we were conducting subsurface searches with really being driven by the data that we were receiving from the experts in the Unified Command.
How do those QRC code, the quick response cards, how are they developed?
So they are living documents. I think is probably the most important piece of that, right? We, as technology changes, as the environment changes, those are updated. There's always, so they exist, but there's always an opportunity to change those, and so they're developed using our experience and expertise. But again, they continue to grow and develop as things change.
And yeah, I know you kind of went into this a little bit, but at the time of the incident, did the Coast Guard maintain a list of resources that might be contacted to assist in underwater search activities, or did that come from the company who maintains like a list of available resources?
Well, we didn't have a list of necessarily available ROV resources, but what we did have is, I mean, the one of the first places we reached out to was to the United States Navy, and then we started to work from there.
You had mentioned that OceanGate didn't have a rescue plan. Can you kind of go into that? How did you know they didn't have a plan?
Well, if they did, it was never presented to us in the Unified Command.
When did you become aware of reports of noises being detected on sonar buoys in the vicinity of the search location? Can you kind of expand on the details of if you received reports of noises?
Sure. Really, as soon as the P3 started flying, so Monday the 19th, and we immediately were, so a couple things we did there. We were investigating the noises, both with the polar prints and their sonar capability, obviously with additional P3 flights, and then we were gathering all of that data over the course of really the next 24 hours or so, and we packaged that data and we gave it to the United States Navy, and they analyzed it. And I believe by, I don't know, I can't remember the exact date, either Tuesday, the 20th, or Wednesday, we received a definitive answer from the United States Navy that, two pieces of information that they told us. One was that the sounds were not coming in regular intervals, as was being reported. There was a lot of reports of 30-minute intervals. The Navy looked at that data and said that that wasn't the case, and two, they were 100% certain that it was not human in nature or knocking on a hull of a vessel. And as soon as we received that information, I personally shared that with the family before we released it in the media, with the families, I'm sorry.
How did receiving that report affect your search and rescue decisions?
Well, it's one piece of data, right? There were about 1,000 pieces of data coming into us. We were also very, very close to having the 6,000-meter ROVs on scene at that point, and we knew exactly what we needed to do, and that was to get the pelagic ROV on scene early Thursday morning and get to the last known position. So we continued to work as vigorously as we could to reach that goal.
Were you ever told by crew members or employees of OceanGate on board the Polar Prince that they felt or heard something around the time they lost communications with the Titan?
No, that was never passed to the Unified Command.
Did you only direct the surface search and rescue assets, or did you also direct the underwater search and rescue assets, such as the ROVs?
The Unified Command was directing both. We were providing that information to the on-scene assets on where to focus those underwater searches. Again, being limited at the 3,000-meter, we were doing everything we could, working with the Polar Prince and OceanGate under that theory that there was a possibility they could be somewhere in the water column, which, as you can imagine, that's an incredibly difficult search area.
And you kind of mentioned it, you start with the last known position. Is that kind of what you did to direct those with the decisions you made with the Unified Command to put the ROV down there? You just kind of started with the last position? Do you just kind of send it straight down, search patterns? How does that work?
Well, yes. However, we were working with the team really from Woods Hole and the other subsurface experts to take in some additional data, and they gave us a location which was accurate.
When exactly did the Unified Command stand up, and who made the decision to stand up the Unified Command?
Yeah, so Rear Admiral Mauger, the SAR coordinator, made that decision, and it was on Monday the 19th.
And you had talked a lot about subject matter experts in the Unified Command. Who else was part of the Unified Command?
I think I gave a full list there. mean, from the United States Navy to the Canadian Air Force, the Canadian Coast Guard, the team from Woods Hole. I'm happy to provide a detailed list to the board. I think I named just about everybody that was, but I'm happy to provide that for the record.
Was Ocean Gate part of the Unified Command?
They were. I mean, the Polar Prince. I think yes, Ocean Gate was part of the Unified Command.
And did they have a representative, either virtually or present in the Unified Command?
They did not present. The representative was aboard the Polar Prince.
Do you know who that representative was?
It was Kyle Bingham.
Was the U.S. Coast Guard aware that submersible operations with passengers on board were taking place near the Titanic wreck site on June 18th, 2023?
So I will not speak for the first Coast Guard district was not aware.
Okay, thank you. Is there a Coast Guard guidance regarding notification of submersible operations within a Coast Guard search and rescue area of responsibility?
I don't know.
In your professional opinion, do you think advance notifications of such activities to the Coast Guard would aid in search and rescue operations?
I don't know necessarily if it would aid in search and rescue operations. I think you want to have a general sense of what's happening in your area of responsibility. In my current role as the sector commander and captain of the port, if these operations were going on somewhere in my captain of the port zone, I would want to be aware of that.
And when did you learn that you were no longer in the search and rescue mode or the distress phase and the Titan was a complete loss and all lives on board were lost?
It was on Thursday morning when the Odysseus arrived on scene. The first piece of they discovered the tail cone first, and then as we continued to find additional debris, it became apparent that it had been a total loss.
And who made the next of kin notifications?
I did.
Did you feel that you were provided all available information from Ocean Gate during the search?
Well, I mean, hindsight's 2020. We certainly, there is so much information that's been discussed over the past 2 weeks. I think it's a valuable point to say we didn't have a fraction of that in any search and rescue case. Maybe they start off like that, right? There's a saying that we use that the initial reports are always wrong and they're late. And in the fog of that response, things change. So we certainly didn't have the level of information that's been brought forth.
Thank you, Captain. That's all I have, Mr. Neubauer.
Thank you. I want to make just a statement to the record that the NBI has not received any evidence to date indicating that there may have been a disturbance around the Polar Prince around the time of the implosion. Captain Frederick, we've been going for over an hour. I'd like to take a recess at this time, and we will reconvene at 11:45. The hearing is now back in session. Captain Frederick, before we continue with the line of questioning, I need to make a second clarification to the record, and I'd like to use Exhibit 64, please. Exhibit 64 is our answers that the master of the polar prints provided to the MBI based on questions that we asked to him. And I'm going to read from question 26, which reads from the Coast Guard MBI. Did you or your crew members hear or see anything after communications were lost with the Titan that could have indicated that the submersible imploded? The answer from the master was, with the benefit of hindsight, I now believe I felt the polar prints shudder at around the time communications were reportedly lost, but at the time, we thought nothing of it. It was slight. And Captain Frederick, I think that's important for you to hear from, and I'd like to get your perspective on if this was identified immediately, the slight disturbance by the crew, and reported to the Coast Guard, would that have changed the search and rescue posture at all, in your opinion?
Absolutely. That's the first I've seen that. My initial reaction is if that was information they have, to me personally, it'd be unconscionable that they would not share that with the Unified Command. I don't want to speculate on how it would have changed what we did, because that's a piece of information we didn't have. But it's fair to say that it certainly would have been information that could have had a drastic impact on the search efforts.
And to clarify, though, this, from the crew's perspective, it was not immediately connected to the event. So that is why we understand it was not reported to the search and rescue effort. Captain, I'd like to, there's been a lot of discussion about the underwater noises that were reported to the Coast Guard during this time. Can you get into detail about the data that you received and how you handled that during the rescue mission?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I think you're referring specifically to the data we received from the United States Navy, and then also, of course, we were receiving data from the aircraft that were using sonar. So on Monday the 19th, I was made aware that the United States Navy had detected an anomaly. That information at the time was classified. And as a military officer, the United States Coast Guard is a member of the intelligence community in the United States. We treated that information as you treat information at that classification level, and it wasn't for us to share with the family or with the public. It was one piece of data. It wasn't definitive. The Navy couldn't tell us that it was 100% definitive answer that it was an implosion. At the same time, we were receiving conflicting evidence from the P3s and the sonars where they were detecting knocking noises. So I think it's important to kind of understand that in the full context, because I know it's been widely reported in the media that we had some information that somehow we were holding on to, and we continued the search when we knew what the answer was. And I would tell you, no one knew what the answer was definitively.
And Captain, I think this is an important point from your professional experience. Since there were conflicting sounds heard underwater, and if a slight disturbance on the vessel was reported to the Coast Guard initially, do you think the Coast Guard still would have conducted a search and rescue mission?
It certainly would have changed the equation. I don't know what that would have looked like, but it certainly would have changed the discussions, and ultimately that would have been the decision of the SAR coordinator.
At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Good morning, Captain. Thank you for your testimony, the detailed testimony. I appreciate that. Because of that, though, my follow-ups are going to be in some sort of random order, what's left to ask, and I apologize for that. We're aware of a Ocean Gate project execution plan that was specific to the 2023 trips to Titanic. And in there is a list of ROVs with phone numbers and a lot of other SAR assets. Was that ever shared with the district?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know if Pelagic was notified beforehand? Like, were they prepared for this, or was it a surprise when they got the call?
It's my understanding that the first time they were made aware was on the evening of the 18th, when Ocean Gate reached directly to the CEO. And at that point, he started to again, make preparations to get the team together and get the Odysseus flyaway system ready to go.
So it's your understanding that they weren't on some sort of retainer or anything ahead of time?
No, that is not my understanding.
Was it Ocean Gate or the Coast Guard that reached out to the French ROV?
I don't know. I think that went via, so I think that was via the Unified Command, but I don't know the answer to that.
How about the Deep Energy?
Well, the Deep Energy was contacted via Ismerlo, which I defined earlier, if you want me to say that again.
Can you explain first what enhanced group calling is, and was that of any use to you in this case?
You're referring to being able to put out a safety net broadcast?
Yes,
or?
sir.
Yeah, so we, it was of use. I mean, that's how, so Ismerlo put out a safety net broadcast soliciting that additional capability. And it's, you know, there are other ways that we do that via, you know, on surface searches. We'll often, if there's a search and rescue case that's happening 1,000 miles from shore, we'll put out broadcasts and look for mariners at sea that can render assistance. In this case, it was more complicated, and they were specifically looking for underwater capability in ROVs.
Can you share anything about the range, capabilities, resolution of the John Cabot sonar? Was that of any use in this case?
We used the sonar on all the vessels that were on scene. I don't know the specific range capability of the sonar on the John Cabot.
And this is where I'm going to bounce around.
I think I read in the, I believe that I read in the, in maybe the missile entry that it could reach the ocean floor, but I'm not positive, and I'm certainly not an expert.
Does the district have awareness of where the International Ice Patrol aircraft are at any one time?
We don't monitor it in real time, but it's as simple as making a phone call, and that's what we did. I mean, we called, so the C-130 aircraft are controlled by the Coast Guard Atlantic area, and as simple as the 1st District Command Center picking up the phone, calling the 24/7 watch floor at Atlantic area, and they'll tell us where those resources are, and that's what we did.
What fixed-wing aircraft are available at Air Station Cape Cod?
So fixed-wing aircraft's at HC-144. Now, we I guess it's fair to say that we looked at those aircraft, and they simply just don't have the legs to be able to get out and stay on scene that far offshore. So C-130 was the most logical air asset.
How far is it for a C-130 to get from Elizabeth City to Cape Cod?
I don't know, 1,000 miles, 1,200, I don't know. I'd have to look at a chart.
If the major ocean routes are a great circle from around Cape Cod to Europe, why would the C-130s be stationed in E-City and not closer to those shipping lanes?
Yeah, I can't answer that. I'm not qualified to answer that question. I'm not a, you know, my role here was in the search and rescue case, not the permanent placement of Coast Guard assets.
Does the District Command Center monitor activity at the Titanic wreck site, or do they have awareness of what's going on there?
Do we monitor what at the Titanic wreck?
What's going on? If some people are diving there?
No.
How about the Andrea Doria? There's been several fatalities there.
Not to my knowledge.
We talked about SAR exercises a little bit. Have there been any search and rescue exercises involving commercial space companies. And I'm thinking about a shuttle Challenger incident where you have to mobilize a lot of ROVs in a hurry. Have you participated in any of those exercises?
To my knowledge, those exercises have happened. I have not participated in any of them, but that's an important point, right? Because I think this case points out very clearly that as the world is changing and as humans push into different spaces, whether that be the ocean floor, into the high latitudes, the Arctic, ecotourism in the Arctic, space travel, we will likely find ourselves in a position to respond where the United States Coast Guard may not have all of the organic assets, but we need to bring a team of people together, a team of experts together to respond. And in this case, it was very clear that no one agency and not even a single country had all the assets that we needed. And frankly, it took a collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. And I truly believe the United States Coast Guard is a great integrator of those capabilities.
There are well-established international procedures for search and rescue. Is that the same for the incident command system? And were there any issues bringing other countries up to speed with our system?
No, we didn't have any issues. No, in short, we didn't have any issues.
I understand you were the liaison for the with the families throughout that week. Was there a whole team, or was that on your shoulders alone?
Well, so it was primarily me. However, there was another captain, Captain Wes Hester, he was in charge of incident management at the 1st Coast Guard District. I believe maybe by the second set of next of kin notifications, he assisted me with those. And in fact, he traveled to St. John's with Admiral Mauger, I believe on Friday, and he spoke to some of the family in person. I was not present for that.
Is there any training that goes along with that position, or an ICS position task book, for example?
There's both. There is extensive ICS training for different positions, different levels of ICS training, and there next of kin notifications. There is some training that's part of the maritime search planning course at Yorktown, Virginia. It's you can train, you can read about how you're supposed to do that all day long. Having the heavy task of having to do that multiple times in my career, it's a difficult task. It's a task that I take very, very seriously. It's something you want to get right, and you owe it to the families to get it right. And it's difficult. This case was particularly challenging because they're always difficult. It's much different if you're doing a next of kin notification in person than if you're trying to do it via Microsoft Teams and with people that are all over the globe. But we still put every bit of effort to provide the families with as much information as we possibly could in a timely manner, to set very clear expectations and to tell them what we were thinking next. And then it's incredibly important to get that information to the families before that information is out in the press. And that's a very challenging scenario in today's media environment. And we took it very seriously during this case.
Were there efforts made to get personal effects back to the families, or at least point them in the right direction?
I wasn't part of those efforts. If there were, that was outside of the scope of the SAR response.
Captain, I understand you've transferred since then, but if you would, please pass our appreciation on to your staff, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir. I will.
Captain Frederick, there might be some confusion about the difference between sector commanders like OCMI zone and a search and rescue zone of responsibility. Can you just briefly delineate between those two?
So my responsibility as sector commander is much smaller. So the 1st District Commander, the SAR zone for RCC Boston encompasses a much larger area. As a sector commander, my area of responsibility essentially, and again, I wasn't the sector commander or captain of the port during the Titan case. I was on the 1st District staff in the response department. So I was working on behalf of the SAR coordinator. But my area of responsibility now basically extends from the New Hampshire-Massachusetts border to Plymouth, Massachusetts. So I have the Port of Boston, Gloucester, all the Coast Guard units in Massachusetts, minus Cape Cod and the islands.
And to clarify, from your experience, would the Titanic wreck site fall under OCMI or Captain of the Port Zone Authority?
No, sir.
Captain, Mr. Fawcett has questions for you, sir.
Good day, Captain.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you've mentioned 6,000 meter ROV capability, and the Titanic depth at the ocean floor was less than 4,000 meters. Are you speaking about, like, there's certain different classes of ROVs? Like there's a class that'll go to 3,000 meters and another class that'll go to 6,000 meters?
Yes. So I'm not an expert. I learned just about everything I know about ROV operations during the Titan case. But yes, we were dealing with two different, we were dealing with 3,000 meter ROVs and 6,000 meter ROVs. Obviously, the 3,000 meter ROVs couldn't get us where we needed to go, and we needed to get that 6,000 meter capability on scene.
So Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution was an advisor in the Unified Command?
They were.
So in April 2016, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution used an underwater autonomous vehicle, the Sentry, to descend to the depth of 4,600 meters to recover the SSL Faro's VDR. Was that type of resource, meaning there's a ROV, which has sometimes tethers to the surface, and then an underwater autonomous vehicle that is pre-programmed to, in essence, swim a search pattern to look for debris. Was that kind of resource available?
So specifically, from Woods Hole, no. When we looked at the pelagic ROV, and again, that planning was already taking place, right? The wheels were already starting to move, and it takes an immense amount of effort to move that amount of equipment. So all of our focus at the time was on the pelagic Odysseus ROV. Now, what I will tell you, though, is that Pelagic was confident that they could rig, I believe it was a cable, to their ROV that would be able to retrieve the pressure capsule if it were intact, and they had a rescue plan. And part of that rescue plan was to retrieve the pressure capsule if it was intact, bring it to a depth where a 3,000 meter or multiple 3,000 meter ROVs could get down and grab a hold of it in a more secure manner and bring it to the surface. So essentially, it was rudimentary, almost a grappling hook plan, but they were very confident in it. They were confident enough that they made alterations to their multi-million-dollar ROV in an effort to effect a rescue if the pressure capsule was found intact. And we believed, given the immense challenges of getting that equipment on scene, the fact that we were already moving in that direction with the pelagic ROV, that was the fastest, most capable piece of equipment that we could get on scene. And again, not only had Pelagic already started moving in that direction, but they had also already worked with, in the past, the vessel of opportunity that brought them to the scene. So, you know, fabricating brackets, welding things to deck, I mean, this takes generally days, if not weeks, and they did it in hours.
So my final question is, the Coast Guard's capability for search and rescue operations on the surface has a robust software program to detect the survivability of people in the water. Does the Coast Guard have to rely on the operator of submersibles to help them understand the potential survival time of people that might be on a submersible such as the Titan?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Captain Frederick, is it clear in statute or U.S. federal regulations that the Coast Guard has the responsibility to conduct subsurface search and rescue?
Yes.
Sir, at this time, I'd like to go to Ocean Gate Council for any questions.
Mr. Neubauer, could we take a short break?
Yes, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 12:15. Is that enough time? The hearing is now back in session. And Captain, before we close with your testimony, I want to make one additional clarification to the record because it's a really important point from the Marine Board's perspective. When we talked about the master of the polar prints answers to the Marine Board's questions, I want to clarify that those were provided to the board on 16 October 2023. So that was months after the incident, and the statement does start from the master that it was in hindsight that he recalled a slight vibration on the vessel. The master of the polar prints was not associated with OceanGate employees and others who were on the polar prints in June of 2023. At this time, are there any final questions for Captain Frederick from the board or OceanGate?
No questions, and we just wanted to say, Captain Frederick, thank you very much for the work that you and your team did last summer, and more broadly, everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Captain Frederick, is there anything that the Marine Board has not asked you that you think would be valuable to this investigation?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Captain, I want to thank you again for taking the time out to provide this valuable information to the Marine Board. You are now released as a witness to this formal hearing. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you through your counsel. If you have questions or additional information that would be valuable in the future, please contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. At this time, the Marine Board will recess for lunch and reconvene at 1:30.
brain freeze. Good job.
The hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Mr. Scott Talbot, a U.S. Coast Guard civilian search and rescue specialist at the 8th Coast Guard District. Mr. Talbot, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
Good afternoon, sir. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Talbot, thank you for making the trip up from New Orleans to support this proceeding. I see that you have co-counsel present with you today. Counselors, can you identify yourselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Nat Eichler, Agency Counsel for the Coast Guard.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Commander Hillary Wise, Agency Counsel for the Coast Guard.
Mr. Talbot, Mr. Fawcett will start the questioning today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Talbot.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fawcett.
If I'm unclear in my questions, please let me know. If you need some time to look at exhibits, don't let me rush you, okay? Please avoid, the Coast Guard has a huge amount of acronyms. Please avoid acronyms. And if you do use an acronym, please let us know what it is. We will use the acronyms SAR for search and rescue. All of my questions relate to the time frame leading up to the accident on the Titan, which occurred on June 18, 2023. We will talk about the Coast Guard Search and Rescue Authority and Jurisdiction, the convening of the 2023 Titan Search and Rescue Case Study Board, the observation, findings, and lessons learned found in the after-action report of that case study, and then the Coast Guard Search and Rescue in support of subsea operations. So you're a search and rescue specialist in the 8th Coast Guard District. Would you explain basically what your duties are in general?
Yes, sir. Basically, every district in the Coast Guard kind of aligns with what Captain alluded to earlier, aligns with the search and rescue regions. So each district is basically aligned with the search and rescue region. When we realigned in the early 2000s and we got rid of our OSR branches, our Office of Search and Rescue branches on the district staffs, they replaced it with a GS, a civilian employee for continuity purpose that they called a SAR specialist. And basically what each SAR specialist for each region is responsible for is managing the search and rescue program on behalf of the SAR coordinator for that district. Currently I serve for Admiral Barada, and I work through the Chief of Incident Management at the district, just like the rest of my peers do.
So in the briefest of terms, could you describe the training that the search and rescue personnel receive to work in the command centers or the rescue coordination centers of the Coast Guard, just in general?
Yes, sir. So the Coast Guard command centers are currently, they have 4 main watch positions at the sectors. The sector watch positions, you have a telecommunications specialist, we call a communications unit watchstander. They're usually your juniorest individual. They're the ones that man the Rescue 21 array, monitor for DSC alerts, any other GMDSS type alerts that come in through the command center. Then you've got your situation unit controller, which is also manned by an OS, usually an E5. They keep a situational awareness of everything going on in that particular area of responsibility that command center is over. Then you have your operations unit controller, which before we became sectors, we called SAR controllers. They are, for all feasibility, the person that manages the search and rescue mission with regards to SAR ops, the resource allocation, making sure that risk management's being done properly throughout the incident. They have probably the longest school. It's a 4-week course that they have to attend before they can become qualified, called Maritime Search Planning, which we are currently realigning into INSAR's course. But the Maritime Search Planning, basically, they go for its foundational policy with regards to search and rescue, all the way up to the buttonology and how to use the Coast Guard SAROP, Search and Rescue Optimal Planning System, which is the drift software that we use to conduct search and rescue and plan searches in the oceanic environment.
So those personnel that work within that operations center, to perform their duties, do they have to be qualified and designated?
They have to be qualified and designated, and they have minimum requirements that have to be met, currency requirements that have to be done monthly, annually, both with the planning software as well as the policy reviews that are conducted within the command center, which is outlined in the command center manual. But even though CGSAR sets the requirements, they're outlined in the command center manual and the Coast Guard addendum.
And if I stepped into a command center, would I be able to see the position and the availability of Coast Guard search and rescue forces?
Yes, you would. They would basically, in some form or fashion, there's usually a status board, whether it's electronic or it could be just your traditional whiteboard that we've used for years. And it'll have everything outlined with regards to availability, your ready resources, whether you have what aircraft is ready at the time, B0 is what we refer to it, that can meet the response standard required underneath the Coast Guard addendum and Coast Guard SAR policy.
Would there be a means to, within the same operations center, to know where commercial vessels would be within your area of responsibility based on a system called the automatic identification system?
There is a program that we track AIS feeds on in the command centers, and we do often use that for the prosecution of SAR as well. You get a EPIRB, electronic position indicating radio beacon alert, or an ELT alert, ELT activation, or PLB activation, personnel locating beacon. We can oftentimes look up that information and then basically cross-correlate it with the AIS tracks with the registration data for that particular beacon. But it's not readily available in front of them at all times necessarily. A lot of times just because of bandwidth restrictions that we see and then the bandwidth needs for SAROPs to run, they'll shut that down in order to make SAROPs run better.
If you needed to look out on the high seas in international waters and determine where a vessel's position was using the automatic identification system for a commercial vessel that might be required to carry it, and you switched on that system, in general, could you be able to locate it?
Absolutely.
So you prepared Coast Guard Exhibit 089, which is a presentation of the SAR case study after action report. And I will ask Lieutenant Steele to pull that up and to lead us through each slide and the information contained on the slide. And if you need to go back to a slide, just tell Lieutenant Steele. She will advance the slides at your request.
Yes, sir. So next slide, slide 2. So basically, I just put in on the first few slides, the Coast Guard statutory authority to conduct search and rescue. Obviously, 102, in my own words, basically says that the Coast Guard is to maintain the availability and maintain resources to respond to search and rescue above, on, and below the ocean. That's in my words. I got the CFR. If you want me to read it word for word, I can do that. 521 and 701, the code basically states the Coast Guard shall develop, establish, maintain, and operate SAR facilities and may render aid to distressed individuals and protect and save property on and under the high seas and waters subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So that's where our statutory authority lies. The next slide basically shows the search and rescue regions, which the previous witness kind of spoke about, and you can kind of see the alignment with regards to the SRRs, the search and rescue regions, and the Coast Guard districts. You can see Boston's search and rescue region up in the northeast. Each region has an RCC. For instance, even though it's in D1, that entire region is called Boston Search and Rescue Region. Same with the 8th Coast Guard District, even though it encompasses most of the Gulf, it's RCC New Orleans. You can also see in relation to the Boston SRR, where the Titanic incident happened. Next slide. So on September 8th of 2023, I was basically asked by my supervisor to participate initially and then ultimately asked to chair the Titan SAR case study. A SAR case study is a non-punitive study that the Coast Guard conducts that we basically use to improve the SAR system. It doesn't necessarily have to be convened because something bad happened. It could be to capture best lessons learned with regards to something that we'd never seen, like this incident up in Boston. I've also got to experience this personally. I was involved in the Seacor Power incident in D8, and we also did, even though there was a lot of lessons learned with regards to family care, specific to next of kin, which the previous witness referenced, is probably one of the hardest things most people will do in their Coast Guard career. But the way we did it was worth capturing in order for other major incidents where there's multiple people missing on how to, we call it next of kin, but I would rather it be called family care because it's not really next of kin at that point. You're keeping families updated with what's going on with regards to our efforts to try to find their loved ones. So the board consisted of 5 individuals. I was asked to be the chair. I had Dr. Tony Carvala from the Human Factors Analysis Office at headquarters, Commander Jessica Thornton, who's also at headquarters, Lieutenant Seth Gross, who was, he's currently at OPM2, and then I had Miss Lauren Safali now, who is the D11 Search and Rescue Specialist. So we convened that board. The goal and what we were ordered to do was, first and foremost, we were trying to improve how we do our case studies in the Coast Guard. Since I've been around, like I said earlier, we've viewed case studies as non-punitive and a means to improve the system, but they are formatted just like an investigation. So that in itself causes some disheartening with some people whenever we need to convene them for the right reasons. So we were looking at trying to come up with a better format, and we were going to call it the SAR Continuous Improvement Program, which has since been released in Commandant Instruction. So we tried to apply the human factors analysis to this study. Ultimately, we ended up having to remove it. It just wouldn't work. We were tasked to also provide a report capturing all the lessons learned that we could glean from the Titan incident for improvement and implementation in the search and rescue system for the Coast Guard. We were to provide information relevant to the SAR system improvements for subsurface incidents, provide input to the interplay between the SAR system and the incident command system, analyze coordination between the Coast Guard, and the U.S. Navy, and other DoD partners that participated, and analyze the limitations and challenges of the Coast Guard's interactions involving subsurface SAR. So we basically, there was so much information to pour over with this incident. It was overwhelming. Just for instance, there was over 1,400 digital voice logger files alone that we needed to listen to. Some of them were relevant, some of them were not. I'd like to thank NTSB for providing that transcript of the relevant actual conversations that were in those DVL files. But basically, we came up with 5 buckets, basically, we'll call, 5 parts that we really owned in on during this. 1, critical incident communications. Critical incident communications is a means within the Coast Guard. It's a streamlined notification system that we can notify internally and externally, vertical and horizontally, information to get other players involved, bring awareness to senior leadership, and bring the necessary subject matter experts to bear in an incident if necessary. That incident was delayed for 18 hours. It's supposed to happen within 5 minutes of notification. Quick response cards were also not completely fully filled out. Now, I will say some of that was probably as a result of the QRC really was geared towards a DoD type subsurface incident and not a commercial entity like Titan was. It was very, very evident and pouring over this mound of information that the SAR system was overwhelmed very quickly as a result of this incident as well. This was one of our challenges, was number two, with case documentation. As much as information as I'm telling you about for us to pour over, we've come to the conclusion that maybe at best 25 to 30% of actually what was done for the SAR response was actually documented in missile. Missile was not intended to be a live search and rescue documentation tool. It's archaic, it's not user-friendly, and it's more of a burden on our watch standards. In fact, I would argue that it takes away from their response and, focusing on the response sometimes when the technology is clearly out there to have a CAD type system where they could dictate like 911 operations centers. The Coast Guard is looking at bringing a new suite online. Last I heard, it was 3 to 5 years out. It was nearly impossible for the SAR system at D1 to capture everything that was going on, especially when they stood up the IMT, the incident command structure. As Captain alluded to, search and rescue is prosecuted in a command center. It's why command centers exist. And you have an outside entity, while they may not be prosecuting the SAR case, they're making decisions, i.e. in the IMT, that are not making it back into SAR case documentation, which is the official record for that said SAR event. And I mean, some of the discussions that we learned this early on conducting interviews with the SMCs, Captain Frederick, that there was, assumptions that were being made with regards to the SAR response, interactions with next of kin, and so on and so forth that were not in the missile documentation. SAR system and the ICS integration. ICS has never worked well for the SAR system. The SAR system is intended to be, a full speed, let's go after it. You don't have time to stop and do the planning P, when you have people's lives on the line. So, I mean, it was kind of a disjointed IMT, especially initially, from what we gathered from the interviews and what documentation there was. And the sheer number of communications, limitations with equipment, decision-making happening within the JRCC and outside in the Unified Command just was problematic at best. That's not to say that they didn't do great things. They were coming up with very innovative ways to prosecute this incident that, as the Coast Guard has done for the 30 plus years I've been around, we find a way to tackle it regardless of what we have. But we are not the SMEs with regards to subsurface SAR, especially when you get to the extreme depths that the Titanic is lying on the ocean floor. We just didn't have it. And like with the other missions, we call on others who are SMEs and brought them into the incident command system. Next slide. So the on-scene presence, and this was, we did. The individual sent to serve as a Coast Guard rep on the Polar Prince was not the proper makeup with regards to qualifications, wasn't versed in the SAR system, wasn't versed in next of kin interactions. There was next of kin on the Polar Prince. This decision was probably made because leadership was overwhelmed. They needed to get someone out there, given the distance, the tyranny of distance involved in prosecution of this case. If they would have, I think that even better prosecution and information flow would have came if they had assigned someone that actually was versed in the search and rescue system, proper interactions with next of kin, SAR policy, resource allocation, because the on-scene coordinator was in fact the commercial vessel, which we do it. It's obviously not the preferred, it's not the ideal fit for an on-scene coordinator for a SAR event. You usually want someone that can speak to the SAR system itself, that has the longevity to be on scene and can provide information back to the operational control. So this is just some of the resources, and by no means are these all of them. The majority of resources that were used for the active search and rescue on the surface was fixed-wing aircraft, long-range fixed-wing aircraft. U.S. Coast Guard HC-130s, mostly out of E-City, a Canadian P-3 Aurora, basically the 106 wing sent an HC-130 as well. And then ultimately, Coast Guard Organic Resources, the Coast Guard Cutter Sycamore ultimately arrived on scene and provided that on-scene coordinator function once they were there. The U.S. Coast Guard Sycamore is a aids to navigation vessel, but we train our people throughout the organization, especially our operators, to be able to speak to search and rescue regardless of the type of resource they're operating. The surface resources, there was a litany of them. Like the Sycamore obviously was out there, 3 Canadian Coast Guard vessels, the Polar Prince, the Scandinavian, I'm not sure how to actually pronounce that, the Atlantic Merlin, the Deep Energy, the Atlante, HCMS Glace Bay, which was Canadian, the Scandi Vinland, which is also Canadian, and the Horizon Arctic. And there's a litany of other vessels that I've found in paperwork. And just to that point, I've learned stuff just in the last 2 days that I wasn't aware of when we were conducting this after action report for 9 months. Agencies involved, the First District, JRCC Boston, obviously was SMC. They were overall responsible for prosecution of the SAR case. Coast Guard Sector Boston was involved, Base Boston, Land Area, Air Station Elizabeth City in North Carolina. The Air National Guard 106 Wing, U.S. Air Force Rescue Coordination Center was involved, the U.S. Navy, JRCC Halifax, which is Canadian Coast Guard, the Royal Canadian Coast Guard, NAVC, Transcom, the State Department, and ISMERLO, which to the point that Captain made as well earlier, ISMERLO in my 32 years of doing search and rescue with the Coast Guard is a term I had never heard of until this incident. So the SAR efforts were absolutely unprecedented. The timeliness they arrived on scene, given the tyranny of distance, they got there way quicker than I would have imagined the Coast Guard could have. The tyranny of distance impeded the SAR response. Obviously, you're looking at 900 nautical miles east of Cape Cod. We initially had to rely on the Polar Prince, which I kind of referenced earlier, is not the best choice for on-scene coordinator, but it was the only choice they had at the time. Long-range air resources conducted the majority of searches. These searches were exclusively for surface if the Titan sub or the individuals on the sub had made it to the surface. Active searching was for submersible or its 5 crew. JRCC performed exceptionally, often creating innovative solutions to an incident never seen before in the maritime SAR community. It was so much information coming in that what they brought to bear was impressive, to say the least. And, I mentioned the Coast Guard, despite what the CFR says with regards to our authority, we only have the capabilities to do surface search and rescue. Everything we have for subsurface is either brought to bear by commercial entities or the U.S. Navy. The U.S. Navy, Navy Soup Salve, is actually outlined in Chapter 6 of the Coast Guard Addendum. There's a Battle Watch Commander phone number in Chapter 6, which you would call to get Navy Soup Salve involved in a subsurface incident. But most of Chapter 6 and what we've seen to this point in the organization is that policy, those quick response cards, are all written as if it was a U.S. Navy sub. In fact, it was kind of implied and insinuated in the case that the Navy would take SMC, but the Navy was not going to take SAR mission coordinator for a commercial vessel. So, like I said, the Coast Guard is confined to small boats, aircraft, fixed wing and rotary wing, and Coast Guard cutters for organic resources to do SAR. We have no capabilities for subsurface. It's actually very clearly stated in Chapter 6 the Coast Guard has no subsurface capabilities. We have no specialized equipment to assist in subsurface incidents, and that was one thing that we outlined in our after-action report. Titan aside, there's actually daily excursions, I believe in D14 or D11, where we have not operating to the depths that Titan was, but that are taking excursions out daily. So we need to, that was something we recommended be looked at by the SAR program, to ensure that if this does happen with these commercial entities, we have the ability to respond and have some type of technical expertise. So, and that's pretty much the AAR in the SAR case study in a gist. Right now, the case study is completed by my team. We've all signed it. It has since been routed to CG SAR, which they're talking about rerouting it at this point through D1 and Land Area for them to weigh in. But the final action memo will be the end of the study, and we're not at that point with the study, even though my team's completed their part.
So thank you. Thank you. Some clarification. So you mentioned there was a recommendation regarding the submersibles that carry passengers in the 14th District. Was that a formal recommendation in the after-action report?
It was that we needed to basically, and I have it in front of me if you want the exact words, but basically we wanted the Coast Guard program, SAR program, and any other owner programs of that on the prevention side to take a look at making sure we have the right agreements in place, or how we would respond in the event that we did have an incident on one of these shallower operating commercial entities. And I'm 99% sure it's D14. The Atlantis, I believe, is the name of it. They're taking 30 to 40 people out at a time. I don't think it's the depths of more than 150 feet, but still, that in itself would be a challenge to respond to for the Coast Guard if it happened.
And you mentioned next of kin on the Polar Prince. Was that Mrs. Rush?
I believe so, sir, if I recall correctly.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you say that the HFACS, which is the Human Factors Classification and Analysis System based on a Department of Defense 7.0 program, didn't really work out for the board's evaluation of the search and rescue case?
We were basically trying to force a square peg in a round hole. We found out we'd probably been about 90 hours into conducting the AAR. In fact, the week that we spent at headquarters with the team in one room with Dr. Tony Carvala trying to lead us to try to apply the HVACs, there was a combination of reasons, but the main reason was at the realization that the documentation was so limited, we didn't want to draw assumptions without it being in black and white in the official documentation. So Dr. Carvala, who's the HVAC specialist for the U.S. Coast Guard, was the one initially said, we're just not going to be able to make this work. Unfortunately, I think we'd have been done a lot sooner with our study if we wouldn't have spent so much time. And that's not to say that HVACs is not a great tool and should be applied similar to the Coast Guard's mishap analysis program for SAR case studies where it can be applied to. But even in the AER, the part that we put into the CPS, contingency planning system, I believe is what's called, there was parts of the data that would not fit even in there that we had to do an addendum as well to the report that would not go into CPS. So, yes, sir.
So is Dr. Carvelis a trained psychologist?
I believe so, sir. Yes, sir. He's his office. He knows HVACs in and out. He probably spent as much time training us as we did on the report in the first week. I forget the office. I believe it's 833 at headquarters.
Does the Coast Guard use that system for accidents involving Coast Guard aircraft, surface forces, and small boats?
Yes, sir. Any type of accident involving our resources where people are injured, resources are lost, resources are damaged. Usually there's a mishap analysis board that's convened alongside the investigation into what occurred.
So one of your recommendations discussed the Critical Incident Command Communication System, is that correct?
Critical Incident Communications, yes, sir.
Did the board examine safety recommendations from former Coast Guard Marine accident investigations to see if there were any safety recommendations related to improving that system?
We did not, sir. We did not look at that.
Thank you. So now we have the case study, the after-action report. Is that ultimately shared with our international search and rescue partners so that we can help them and help us improve the process of search and rescue operations?
The report itself, I can't speak to if in its current state, once the final action memo is done by CG SAR, if it's shared, but the lessons learned that we glean from it absolutely would be, whether it be in exercises with our foreign partners, Canada, Mexico, and the continental United States. Obviously, in the Pacific, there's a list of other countries. Those lessons learned are shared at SAR conferences, and CG SAR 2, I know, visits a lot of those other countries as well to talk about those types of lessons learned. And in turn, we get a lot of our lessons learned from those other countries as well for the Coast Guard.
Are those lessons learned shared with the public?
Specific to the report, sir?
Yeah, the lessons learned that come out of these reports, are they shared with the public?
And once the final action memo is done, and we've had instances where the Commandant of the Coast Guard has basically foregone the eFOIA process and basically released it. I think American Triumph was one incident of that. But typically, to be made available to the public, they'll have to be sought after using the FOIA program, unless Commandant or CGSAR dictates otherwise.
And FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir. Freedom of Information Act.
I want to shift attention now, and Lieutenant, if you'll bring up Coast Guard Exhibit 065, which is daily briefing slides. They'll be on the screen in such a way that you can just take a look at them. So this is the daily briefing slides that the 1st Coast Guard District would use to brief leadership, members of the search and rescue team, and provide information on the status of the search and rescue activities. Is that correct?
I did not see these slides until my counsel provided them to me yesterday. But that, from what I gleaned from them when I looked over them yesterday, yes, this is what they were used to conduct their daily briefings at D1.
So just in general, I'm going to ask the lieutenant, I'll ask you general questions. So this slide would display where the various Coast Guard and other forces might be, and including the jump-off point, it's called the staging area, and then the accident site out on the high seas. Is that generally correct?
That's correct, sir.
If you'll scroll to slide 7. So this would be the example of the various assets utilized and on scene at a particular point in time, and you're familiar with these type of briefing slides, if not this one in particular.
Yes, sir. I've seen numerous briefs along these lines.
And if you'll scroll down to slide 8, this slide shows the various assets en route at a given point in time, so that the senior leaders and the SAR controllers and so forth can be aware of what's on the way.
Yes, sir.
And if you will, turn down to slide 12. So this is for the benefit of the public, and I'm not going to ask you specifically about this, but the black lines that you see that move back and forth in a sort of rhythmic, predictable pattern, would those be characterized as legs of a search pattern that some particular unit, either a ship or aircraft, were conducting to prosecute the search and rescue case?
The 4 searches that you see on that slide are aircraft searches. We refer to them in the SAR community as ladder searches, which are parallel or creep searches. They're typically used whenever you have don't have a high confidence on datum, which is the location of a search object corrected for movement over time. And that was one of the, so this is a SAR-op snapshot. I can't see which search epic it was. It looks probably Alpha or Bravo. But the colored grid underneath it is the particle concentration, which we base search decisions off of using our models for winds and currents and the movement of a search object in a search area at any given moment.
So the Coast Guard and other search assets have very precise navigation systems, and they're able to tell these controllers precisely where search legs have been completed to make sure they conform to the mission requirements.
That is correct, sir. And we can actually look at what the aircraft did. We will give them the search pattern that you see with the dimensions and the positions laid out for every track, corner points, and everything on the search so that they can conduct it. And then we can actually look at the aircraft on AMOS to see if it's actually in the search area after the fact as well. But usually that's communicated back by the resource when they arrive on scene and they're beginning the search, and then when they're concluding the search.
And the AMOS acronym stands for? You can generalize if necessary.
It's basically an aviation tracking resource, similar to AIS, but for aircraft.
And a surface vessel that was conducting searches would also be able to be tracked using this computer software model?
It would with AI, but through AIS, which that we talked about earlier, we would watch the surface resources through AIS.
Lieutenant, can you zoom in to the middle of that slide so that, keep going? That's good. So what we see are these pixelated squares representing different colors. What does this tell you as a search and rescue controller in general about search and rescue operations?
So SAROPS works off of a drift theory, and basically you tell the program what your search object is going to be. A 20-foot cuddy cabin drifts differently than a 42-foot sailing vessel, drifts differently than a board. It has every kind of search object, and if it doesn't have the search object, we can actually contact Christina Forbes, who's our oceanographer on staff at headquarters, and she can tell us which object, while it might not be the same as the one we're looking at, has the same variables with regards to drift. So there's two factors when you're conducting with a search object in the water that causes it to drift. You have leeway, which is winds blowing against the exposed surface, which the Titan on the surface would not have had a lot of. And then there's sea currents, which in this part of the ocean, that would be the only current that you'd be dealing with. What the program does is takes 5,000 particles. And for intensive purposes, let's just say they were a 20-foot cuddy cabin and not the Titan in this incident. We know how a 20-foot cuddy cabin will move in the water based on the amount that's below the surface and the amount that's above the surface. We put that variable into SAROPS. It takes those 5,000 particles with all that that we know the drift and basically throws them in a washing machine, applies the current and the wind data, and it gives us a probability of where those particles would have moved. The hotter spots on that grid where the reds are would be the highest concentration of particles. And then obviously as they get blue, they're not as high, there's a lower concentration of particles. The program then takes your effort. If it was a HC-130 with 3 hours of search effort, it was an aircraft that could give 3 hours of search time. We tell the program, okay, this HC-130, what's its optimal altitude to fly to find this search object? We tell the program, it gives it 3 hours, and it basically finds the best orientation and pattern with the proper track spacing to come into proximity to the most particles as it's moving through the search pattern itself. So that particle grid you see, if you could actually turn it off and see it on the program, and you'd see those 5,000 particles rather than the colorful grid that you see on this slide.
So the concentration of overlapping search pattern legs that you see in the upper left corner of that would be the area where the searchers believe the highest probability would be of the people you were searching for.
Yes, sir. And this is a snapshot in time. If you back the program up, you might see where those particles were actually directly under those two patterns. But this is just a snapshot at a certain time during the search effort. But if you have SAROPS in front of you, you can back that up and see the particle movement in relation to the resource for the planned search. So yes, where they're overlapping, usually when we start overlapping patterns, we have concern that there's particles that may have been missed, whether there's a bunch of different variables that can influence that, sea conditions, visibility, then you add night searching with MVGs, you have a whole lot of other factors that go into it. But those particles would have moved if you could see it live instead of just a snapshot in time like you see on this presentation.
And for the benefit of the public, this presentation, to the best of our knowledge, contains the daily briefing slides for the search and rescue for the Titan. So you'd see the change of the search and rescue patterns that we used. You'd see the different drift particles and so forth. So I'm only asking you about one snapshot in time. So you mentioned the drift models and the ability of the Coast Guard to reach out to a professional within the Coast Guard and give you a better definition of the search object. In the computer models that the Coast Guard has in the search and rescue operations computer program, is there a model for a submersible?
Not that I am aware of. I did look a while back, unless it's been added in the last 6 months, I did not see anything in the search objects for a submersible. Now, they have search objects that would drift similar to a submersible, but not specifically a submersible.
And the challenge, just if I'm correct, the challenge is the object might be in the water column. So we are not just having to search the the surface. We're trying to predict the drift below the surface, correct?
Not if it was completely submerged. The Coast Guard's current data, it's at best it's at 50 foot, probably 50 to 100 foot down. I don't know the exact number. A lot of those models are from the U.S. Navy, and they do have, to depth for the submarine warfare aspect of the U.S. Navy. And I can't speak on the, exactly, but the idea for the search with regards to the current data is if there wasn't much above the water, currents would be the predominant influence, but there would have to be something, it would have to be at the surface for our models to be accurate. We don't track anything that would be suspended or have any models that if something was exclusively in the water column in a neutral buoyancy state, that we would be able to do subsurface SAR. And we don't have any sensor capability on any of our organic resources either to look at that either as well.
So Captain Fredericks talked a little bit about the distress phase of search and rescue operations. Could you just briefly walk us through the different phases that the Coast Guard is responsible for by statute or regulation?
So there's three phases for the search and rescue mission. There's uncertainty, which is you believe something's going on, but you don't have a clear picture that, it's clearly distress. There's alert, which pretty much the word defines it, but you have a heightened apprehension that something is going bad. And then we have distress. Distress, Titan would have been in distress from the beginning when we got notified. As D1 did, they assumed distress as they should. There's certain category cases where you don't even have to evaluate to whether or not you're in uncertainty or alert. With persons in the water, persons known to be missing, a vessel fire, you would clearly assume the distress phase. The distress phase means that we have to launch. We initially issue our urgent marine information broadcast. We also put out, the name's escaping me, but basically it's like a nav text at the district office that goes out to all commercial entities outside of VHF range. I can't think of the name, I apologize. And then we would pursue that, and we have specific policies that we have to follow once we've assumed distress, including the response requirements of you've got 30 minutes to launch, whether that be pull away from the pier or leave the ground with an aircraft, and 90 minutes to arrive on scene. That's basically how our response structure is set up, and our units are more or less positioned around the nation. Obviously, with Titan, we were going to be outside the response standard of 30 minutes launch, 90 minutes on scene from the beginning, given the sheer distance offshore.
Does the search and rescue jurisdiction of the Coast Guard apply to recovery operations once we've moved from the distress phase?
No, the Coast Guard doesn't do recovery. The SAR system doesn't do recovery, body recovery, or salvage operations. From the SAR perspective, we do not. I know other communities in the Coast Guard oversee, like salvage, but we don't do body recovery. We don't do recovery operations during an active SAR operation. At that point, usually once suspension happens, the SAR system steps away, and then any other regulatory authorities within the organization from the prevention side or the pollution side would move in. And that's not to say they couldn't be concurrently doing it during the active search and rescue mission, which has happened quite frequently. But the SAR system itself does not do recovery in the Coast Guard.
So towards the end of the distress phase, we move into a determination that the Coast Guard is making a decision, if we're conducting that operation, to suspend search operations. Can you briefly talk about the decision, how that decision is reached?
So there's a combination of factors that go into it. Obviously, there's a survival tool that we use with hypothermia, probability of survival detection aid, we call it. Basically gives us a window of how long somebody might live in certain temperatures of water. And it is on the liberal side. It goes, it's always more than what would actually be. Those models were just recently actually revisited with CGSAR and updated. The conditions, for instance, if we've had an incident where the person was seen entering the water, submerging, and there were eyes still on scene, and we see them go below the surface and not resurface, I mean, that would be a factor that we would consider towards suspension. Unlike if we knew somebody had made it to the surface, was wearing something that they could help keep them afloat, whether it be scuba gear, whether it be a life jacket, or what may, that would be a factor. There's a whole lot of factors that go into making the suspension, and it's one of the hardest decisions any person will have to make, to be able to say, you're gonna have to tell this family, I'm gonna have to stop looking for your loved ones, knowing that you never found them. But I mean, it's, the Coast Guard historically has gone well, I mean, at least double, if not triple, the amount of time that many other agencies that do search and rescue in this world do for finding persons that are missing in the ocean.
Because of the critical nature of that decision, is that authority delegated to senior Coast Guard leaders?
It's, so the Access Authority and the SMC Authority both lie with the district commander, the SAR coordinator. It's delegated down to the sector commanders for access, and every district can be a little bit different. By policy, it cannot go lower than the response department head, which is still in 04, usually in 05. In my district on the coast, it's all 05s. Access is typically, it's that executive level look at the SAR system above SMC, and is usually reserved for the operational commanders at the district, the incident, the DR, which is the response department head at the districts, as well as DRM, which is the chief of incident management, who I work for, and some of the SAR specialists, including myself, have that designation as well.
So before that senior leader who has that authority would make that decision, they would have to be briefed on the full extent of the search and rescue operation and conditions on scene and so forth?
Whenever I have to make an access decision, it usually involves me asking a lot of very pointed questions with regards to what was done. What's the chances that we could actually still find this person alive? I mean, I will end up poring over the missile data, looking at, I trust but verify. I'll go into the probability survival tools and look at the numbers myself sometimes. It's making an access decision is the hardest things I've had to do in my Coast Guard career, both as a civilian and active duty. It's not anything I'd wish on anyone. So, and I mean, it's even a harder decision. SMC usually gets close to these families, doing next to kin, talking with them. It becomes personal for them. And then they obviously have to be the one standing there next to access to tell these families that you're no longer going to look for them. But it is a very senior position. There's a lot of second look at everything before that decision is made to suspend an active search because the search object wasn't found. Whether that's a person or a vessel, it's usually a person. And these sectors, just, to say how serious it is, the sectors cannot make a decision to suspend searching for a person known to be missing without concurrence from the district. So in any case where persons are known to be missing, if that decision is made by the sector commander, they can't make it without the concurrence of the SAR coordinator, i.e. the district commander.
I want to shift gears, Lieutenant, to Coast Guard Exhibit 088, which are relevant extracts from Coast Guard search and rescue procedures. Do you recognize that page?
That's the SAR, the national SAR plan.
And do you know offhand the year that SAR plan was written? If I said 2022, would that appear correct?
That would appear correct, sir.
And it says in the highlighted portion, maritime involving search and rescue of persons in distress from a water environment. That would include submersible subsea operations?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other guidance? This document, by the way, is available to the public on the internet.
All three of our guiding. So the SAR plan is what you have up in front of us right now, is available. It basically outlines how we're going to do SAR as a nation. AFRCC's mentioned the Air Force Rescue Coordination Center, which they handle inland SAR. Then you've got the National SAR Supplement that tells you how all these agencies will interact. The Coast Guard's guiding manual, which all of these are derived from IMSAR, Volume 1, 2, and 3, which are international manuals under IMO, International Maritime Organization. The Coast Guard addendum is pretty much the Bible for Coast Guard SAR prosecution. Most SAR practitioners don't spend a lot of time in the SAR plan itself. When you get to program level jobs like I'm in, I probably spend more time in it than they do. The majority of SAR prosecution is done in the Coast Guard addendum that is our basically how the Coast Guard does search and rescue. All three of them are available to the public.
Is there any other guidance for subsea search and rescue that the Coast Guard may undertake?
Not that I'm aware of, and I can't speak, specifically to the IMSAR, volumes. I don't recall. It's a 3-volume set. Them having much mention in it as well, but I can't say that with 100% certainty. I'll have to go back and look. Now, those are international doctrine that many countries work off of.
So, Lieutenant, if you'll scroll down to page 2, section 6.2.2, U.S. Navy support. Captain Fredericks talked about contacting the United States Navy for assistance when the Titan incident occurred. And it basically says, just for clarification, it talks about the Navy Command Center duty captain as a phone number. Were you aware that we contacted that phone number?
I was aware that we did not initially contact that phone number from conducting my study. And my understanding from the documentation is the first phone call from D1 was actually to Atlantic Fleet. And then ultimately they ended up calling this number, which that number rings to the Battle Watch commander at the Pentagon who can dispatch Navy Soup Salve and Navy Oceaneering.
And then the final line in that section, when the Navy responds, it normally assumes SAR mission coordinator, and the Coast Guard takes on a support role. Until then, the Coast Guard must respond with its own and other available resources.
Yes, that's what it says, though after doing this study, I feel that that's problematic at best because this policy, I feel, was written with the response being a Navy submarine in mind. The Navy is not going to assume SAR mission coordinator for a commercial sub. They made that very clear during the active SAR case for the Titan.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Was that a recommendation?
It is in the case study, yes, sir.
And then scrolling down to 6.2.4, the value of the mutual assistant plan. It talks about an effort between NOAA and members of the deep diving submersible community. It says they are facilitating this effort to create mutual assistance plans. Did you take a look into that?
I did not, sir. We did not look at that. I mean, I know that that's a program level initiative, and I can't speak to it.
And then if you'll go down to the section 6.2.6, talks about a voluntary reporting system. The Coast Guard operates a voluntary reporting system for civilian submersible operations for salvage, research, construction, etc. Submersible operators should be encouraged to provide the nearest Coast Guard district with details of their planned submersible operation. So in your report, did you find that this Titanic expedition, OceanGate, had notified D1 of their planned operation?
I found no indication at all that there was any awareness by the Coast Guard that this dive was going on at the Titanic wreck site.
So, and when I say you, I mean the board, for clarification. So you work in New Orleans. The 8th Coast Guard District is home to a large community of subsea operations, remote operated vehicles, articulated men and women in articulated diving suits, subsea saturation diving chambers. Prior to the Titan accident, did D8 conduct any SAR exercise or planning for an accident that might occur in that environment?
No, sir, we have not.
So for the SAR case study, is there a detailed process on how that search and rescue SAR case study is conducted?
So with the Titan case study, we were kind of given free realm to try to come up with a new system in conducting the study versus the way that we've been doing it for decades, which is very much like an investigation, and the report very much looks like an investigation. So my team and I decided that we would look at it from the approach of doing a mishap analysis board type format, with more readability with regards to the specific issues, lessons learned, both good and bad. So the format is not at all like we have seen in the organization for the time that I've been around. So we did have a systematic approach at looking at the information, but there wasn't a key way of doing it like we have in the past, because we were given kind of a free realm to look at it from a different perspective to come up with what we know now as the SAR Continuous Improvement Program, which was released, I believe, 2 months ago by Commandant.
So just a few more questions. So did the board examine, for example, that all the resources to handle a search and rescue case were in place? And so first we talk about resources that will actively conduct search and rescue operation. Did you examine that?
We did, and it actually, from a search and rescue perspective, since we were only looking at the surface search and rescue, none of us had the technical expertise to speak to subsurface SAR, nor did we have anyone with that expertise available to us. So it was relatively easy because the majority of searching done by Coast Guard was long-range aircraft, C-130s and P-3s, and then some of our Coast Guard cutters. The detailed documentation of the search efforts, if the Canadians did do SAR and do patterns, was not in the documentation. So like those resources you showed on the slide with the search patterns, you won't find that in there that we saw specific to the Canadian Coast Guard doing search patterns. But then they were out there searching, but they just weren't doing search patterns that we were directing them to do. Our first attempt to get a surface resource to search was to the Ocean's Gate mothership. And they basically said they were taking their tasking from the company and we're not going to do any active surface searching. And then short of that, the only surface resources that searched were the Coast Guard cutter Sycamore that we can tell from the documentation. Everything else was done with fixed-wing aircraft.
So did the board examine the human factors? So I know we've talked about the human factors classification society, but the human factors to make sure that search and rescue personnel were, not fatigued, adequately trained, and designated to perform their duties?
We had a very lengthy discussion about just that. Not so much on the resource side, because they have the parameters set with their fatigue standards with regards to the aircraft specifically. But usually for instance, with an active SAR case, usually a SAR mission coordinator is ideally assigned from initial notification to conclusion of that incident. Whether they suspend, close, or close the incident, you have one SMC. With how big this incident, how involved this incident was, with the amount of information, and my peer in D1, Mr. Pat Petrarca, has been around quite a long time. He made a comment when we were conducting our interview that kind of stuck with me till today. It was the first time and he's got 30 plus years of service as well, that he'd ever been prosecuting a SAR case and felt alone. He felt like he didn't have anybody to call on to bounce what we should do next with this subsurface incident, because we just did not have the expertise readily available to us. That's not to say his command wasn't supporting him. I know Captain Frederick was absolutely there for him. But with that said, because SMC was not able to go to sleep given how much was going on, they actually changed SMC 3 times during an incident, which I could count on one hand in my time with this organization where SMC has changed during an active SAR mission. But the problem is like Mr. Petrarca, I believe he's closer to 60. He'd been up for over 18 to 20 hours. And then they changed it over to a lieutenant commander who was the command center chief. And then she was up for a day and a half to 2 days. And this isn't standing around. I mean, you're in the command center. You're trying to digest information. You're trying to bring resources to bear. You're trying to look out for your watch standards. I'd never seen SMC change 3 different times, and I don't blame them. And while I don't see it as a best practice, they had no choice for health reasons because they were falling asleep standing up. This was such an involved incident, and that kind of goes to another recommendation that the board and I made was we need to identify who these subject matter experts are in the organization, just with SMC alone for an incident of this scale, to bring people in as force multipliers to prosecute these types of incidents instead of it taking a health toll on our people. Next of kin and the role of doing next of kin. Oftentimes your SMCs are secondary casualties, just from the interaction with dealing with these families that are going through the stages of grief. I mean, some of them stick with you. There's no such thing as a good next of kin interaction. I mean, I can remember every interaction I've had, with families. In fact, I still hear from families from cases 5 and 6 years ago because I guess they associate me with the last contact with their loved one. Despite the fact I stood there before them and said, hey, we're going to stop looking for your loved one. So fatigue is very much a discussion in the SAR community, not so much with regards to our resources, because those requirements are in place, for our resources, for our aviation resources, our cutter community, for our small boat community. It's our SAR practitioners that these kind of cases are taking a toll on, and they're not getting the rest necessary. And when you get to that point, I would question that the decisions, are always the best when you're at that point of exhaustion.
So with Captain Frederick, there was a conversation about the quick response cards. And there are quick response cards for fire, explosion, people overboard. And there was one at the time, is this correct, for a subsea accident?
There was one. It wasn't geared. It fit the mold, if I remember correctly, to a subsurface, a submarine incident. But it know what it was. It was geared towards a DoD entity, not a commercial entity. They used that QRC. He said 2 QRCs. You always have to fill out an initial quick response card. That captures all the basic information for prosecution and launching of resources, position, nature of distress, and then you move on based on your completion of the initial SAR check sheet to what kind of case is this? Is this an overdue vessel, which it was an overdue, and he alluded to it earlier, you have to confirm departure and non-arrival, which clearly they had confirmed. Usually that comes from the reporting source or a family member. But if it was a vessel fire, there's a QRC for vessel fire. So they used QRCs that fit the mold to prosecute this, but there wasn't one geared towards a commercial submersible incident. And I still don't think there is one unless I'm unaware of a locally created QRC. And if there is one, it's probably at the D1. I don't even think I have one in my portfolio at D8.
Since the incident, has the Coast Guard begun a conversation to create a quick response card for a submersible or subsea incident?
I've heard talk of it. I haven't been privy to any in-depth conversation about it.
So based on your knowledge, since the incident, has the Coast Guard updated any procedures or policies for subsea events where people are in distress?
Not that I'm aware of, other than what the after-action report that my team and I completed will potentially bring.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Sir, we've been going over an hour. I recommend we take a 10-minute recess and come back for further questions.
Sure.
We will reconvene at 2:45. The hearing is now back in session. Mr. Talbot, Lieutenant Commander Whalen has questions for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Talbot. Earlier, Mr. Fawcett referenced the Coast Guard Search and Rescue Addendum, Chapter 6. And 6.2.6 is the voluntary reporting system. In your Coast Guard career, have you ever had anybody voluntarily report submersible operations?
Not once that I'm aware of. That's not to say it's not coming into a different department, but not from a SAR perspective. I have not seen it.
Do you believe, in your professional opinion, that awareness of a submersible operation would assist in the search and rescue process if it had to get to that point?
Absolutely. Awareness that something's going on in your area of responsibility alone, kind of puts people in the mindset to be ready to respond, and even in some cases, making sure that resources are available to respond in the event there is some type of emergency. We do it all the time, maybe not with submersibles, but just with a lot of commercial entities. We do it a lot in the Gulf of Mexico with regards to drilling operations. The oil companies will make us aware that they're doing something that might be a little higher on the risk side so that we're prepared to respond in the event something happens. For instance, commercial medical service might be down, and Chevron or Shell might call and say, hey, the consortium's down, they can't respond if we have a medical emergency on a facility 200 miles offshore. So absolutely, awareness, would it be a huge, it would definitely make the response easier.
Have you, at any point in your career, or are you currently now any part of the training program for the search and rescue enlisted members at the command center?
Currently, we are literally rewriting the entire search and rescue curriculum. It started beginning of last year. It's going to be called NSARS, National Search and Rescue School, instead of Maritime Search Planning. I literally took mods 1 and 2. I'm on the curriculum evaluation and beta team for the new courses. It's going to be modularized based on where you operate in the SARS system. You'll have to take certain amounts of modules. So yes, I'm heavily involved in both the past and coming SAR training for our enlisted and our officers, actually.
Are the search and rescue or command center personnel aware of the term oceanographic research vessel designation?
I had heard it before in my career, and I did not recall when until I was listening to the MBI yesterday on my phone. So I would guess the majority of members, especially with the juniority of our command centers right now, I would guess the majority of them do not and are not familiar with that term.
So if somebody were to call into and we'll utilize your command center, so the District 8 Command Center, and report that they were conducting a submersible operation, what would happen with that information?
They would probably, in the district command center or the sector, they would probably reach out to our prevention branch at the district, and that's probably where it would go in order to determine what was needed for it. It would not stay in the command center. Most things do not stay in the command center short of the search and rescue mission. It's usually handed off to other departments that have ownership in it.
Is part of the training that the command center personnel receive, with regards to submersible commercial operations?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So we discussed earlier fatigue standards for aircraft as well as vessels. Are there fatigue standards for search and rescue command center personnel?
As of this year, there is now command center watch standard fatigue standards that came out, that was put out by the Office of Shore Forces, i.e. 741. There is still currently no fatigue standards for SAR mission coordinators in the Coast Guard.
Are SAR mission coordinators basically search and rescue watch standards?
No, they are. SMCs lie, SAR mission coordinators lie outside of the command center. They are that continuity for the entirety of the case. They are not allowed to be a watch position on the watch floor at any point while they're serving in that capacity.
How were the fatigue standards, are you aware of how the fatigue standards were determined for the watch standards?
I'm not intimately familiar with how, because I don't work in the command center, I work with the command center. So I'm not intimately aware of the hours or the requirements with regards to watch standing. I know there's a maximum amount of watches they can stand in a month, and I think there's an hour total as well. But I know it's there. It's not something I'm, very familiar with. And it's brand new.
Did the human factors individual who worked with you on this case, did you guys discuss the human factors with regards to fatigue?
We did, and it was something we had looked at potentially putting into the case study. In fact, we do make mention of the SMC changing 3 different times during the incident as a result of fatigue, but we identified it, and our job was to basically identify, lessons learned, and let the program figure out what the, lessons learned, and let the program figure out what the means of fixing it is going to be. So we did identify it. It is in the AAR, yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
Thank you again, Mr. Talbot. Just a couple clarifications. When we talked about the support vessel to the Titan, do you recall that vessel was the Polar Prince, Canadian flag vessel?
I'm sorry, the Polar Prince. Yes, sir.
Sir, going back to the fatigue or potential fatigue at the SAR mission controller, does the SAR mission controller have to remain awake at all times during the duty?
The SAR mission coordinator doesn't necessarily have to stay awake. They can be contacted oftentimes, and more often than not, it's when you're at home or you're doing something else. You serve SMC for a week, usually, at a time. Now, the operations unit controller, which is your controller of the SAR mission, they are an alert watch. They are not allowed to sleep, and that's congressionally mandated. They can't stay more than 12 hours at a time, which came from Morning Dew.
And Morning Dew was a sailing vessel accident that occurred with fatalities several years ago.
Back, I think it was 89, right here in Charleston.
So is the problem with the SAR mission coordinator that they just receive multiple calls and it disrupts the sleep cycle?
Well, with an incident like Titan, even if I would have been the SMC, I would not have stayed at home. I would have went into work to be in the command center. Just too much information to be able to process via phone calls, not to mention the burden I'm putting on my watchstanders that have to be calling me constantly to update me, and which is what happened at District 1. I mean, they recognized what they were dealing with, and that SMC stayed inside that command center for the duration, probably the near duration of the entire incident. And then Axis took on his role, Captain Frederick, with regards to, the next of kin. But I mean, with an incident this scale, with this much information, you would have to come into work if you weren't there already. And you're probably not going to leave work because this went on for days.
And sir, going back to the search patterns that we saw earlier in the slide deck, did you model the Titan's drift assuming the Titan was on the surface of the water?
Yes, sir. If it was the submersible or the persons, I believe they used I'll have to go back and look, but I believe they used person in the water, and then they also used the submersible on the surface. There was nothing below.
What did you use to model the Titan on the surface?
I'm not. I'll have to go back into SAROPS. That's something I did have at one point. I forget what they used. What was the most likely search object with the same drift characteristics as a submersible? But I don't recall exactly what search object they used.
Were the temperatures at depth considered as a survival factor? Do you know?
All the temperatures with regards to probability of survival were based on surface. Air and water.
Understand. Mm-hmm. Sir, do you know if the Coast Guard has ever had any organic capabilities to conduct underwater search and rescue cases?
The closest thing I could find was we had sonars on the 378s back in the late 80s, and they were removed. That is the closest I've been able to find to any submersible capability we've had.
Thank you, sir. Those are the questions I had. I'd now like to go to the NTSB for any questions.
Hey, good afternoon, sir. Before I forget, the quick follow-up on the last question, the 378 sonars were used for the Space Shuttle Challenger, is that right?
I heard they were. I wasn't in the Coast Guard yet. I heard they were used for the Challenger, but I couldn't say that with certainty.
Okay. You talked about the polar prints a little bit and how they didn't or could not or chose not to execute the search patterns that you sent them. Was that because they were using their own equipment for subsurface search?
And it was in the documentation that they refused to do the surface searches that we had initially given them because they were more concerned that it had not resurfaced and were focusing on subsurface, finding its location subsurface.
With the equipment that they had on board?
With the equipment they had on board.
Okay. Is there a means to transmit a search pattern to the polar prints or other vessels and for them just to import it into their chart, or do they have to fat finger it into their rectus?
The technology is there, but I don't believe the polar prints had it. Some of our resources don't have it where you can electronically transfer it to their nav package to be executed. I know even with our aircraft in the Coast Guard, they have to put in specific points and then it fabricates it. It's not a upload a file from SAROPS to a resource. So I do not believe the polar prints had that capability. They would have had to do it manually.
Were any other civilian SRUs, search and rescue units, tasked with a surface search pattern?
Not that I found in the documentation.
Okay. I know you said you didn't get a chance to look at older submersible search and rescue cases or incidents. Is that right in your case study?
Wait, say that one more time, sir.
Did I hear you say that you did not look at past or legacy investigations?
There wasn't any that we really could come across that met the criteria of this incident that we were able to locate.
Are you familiar with the Johnson Sea Link incident? It was a submersible that became entangled in a Navy ship in Key West AOR with 2 fatalities in the 70s.
I'm not familiar with it. I think we only looked back 3 decades.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, can I read a recommendation from that investigation into the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as part of that investigation, one of the recommendations was to the Coast Guard to actively collect information concerning worldwide submersible search and rescue capabilities so that the most effective equipment needed for use in future underwater emergencies can be expeditiously made available. To which the Coast Guard concurred and later on replied, as indicated in the response of November 75, the Coast Guard joined the Office of the Oceanographer of the Navy in funding a survey of worldwide submersible search and rescue capabilities. The survey has been completed and accepted by the Navy. It has also been provided to the Coast Guard District Rescue Coordination Centers and Headquarters Flag Plot. So is that study that has worldwide resources sitting on a shelf at each RCC? And who's maintaining it?
I could not answer. I've never seen it. I have not seen it at the district I work at. In fact, I have not heard of it until you mentioned it, sir.
You touched it earlier on Ismerlo. What are they?
They're basically, until this incident, I had not heard of Ismerlo. They're a sub-rescue company, a sub-rescue organization.
Did they provide the service so that we don't have to have a binder sitting on the shelf with?
I'm unfamiliar if they did for this incident or not. So,
is there somebody that has this information? I mean, if you call that 1-800 or that number to the Pentagon that we showed earlier.
If Navy SUPSALV has it, I mean, that would be one of the first calls that we would make in a submarine incident. But like I said, Ismerlo is not a term that I had ever heard or an acronym that I was ever familiar with in my 30+ years with the Coast Guard until I got involved in this.
Is there a civilian company out there? I know there's several emergency management companies that handle oil spills and know where all the resources are. Is there a company that does that for submersibles?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Your report, are you able to share the factual part of it? I know the analysis is internal to the Coast Guard. Will the factual side of the report be made public?
I can't, I mean, basically, it's up to the Office of Search and Rescue once they do the final action memo. Last discussion I had with regards to my submission of the cover memo as well as the 2 appendixes was they were looking at potentially changing it from my team routing it directly to CG SAR and rerouting it through LANT and D1 to allow them to weigh in as well. But until that final action memo is completed and signed by the Office of Search and Rescue, none of it is shareable publicly or externally. At the point that that's signed and done, unless the Coast Guard chooses to make it publicly available, it can be requested via the the Freedom of Information Act. The FOIA request can be put in for it.
The IMO's manual, the IM SAR manual, there's less than a page of guidance in there on submersibles. I know your addendum, it has a little bit more information. What are we missing? What tools, what guidance and what tools do your people need to do this case, the next case?
I mean, I think from my professional opinion with regards to, I mean, this is it requires a certain skill set, you know, technical expertise operating at these depths with these pressures. I mean, one of the conversations I had with Navy Oceaneering on the West Coast was even if they were still inside this capsule, they would have had no means to hook up and effect a rescue because I forget the term they use, basically the structure that they use to hook up to submersibles that are in trouble, i.e. Navy submarines, probably most likely with Oceaneering, would not have been compatible with the Titan. So, I mean, I think similar to how we do with the commercial industry, you know, them having a plan in place in the event they have an emergency, our prevention community, you know, I forget the term on all commercial vessels, you know, they have to have a plan in the event they have a pollution incident, because gaining the technology, the training, the skill sets, the currency requirements to do subsurface SAR would be an entirely different. I mean, it would require a lot of money and more people, which we currently don't have in the Coast Guard. I think to a large part, I think it's going to have to be something that we put on the companies to have a plan in the event they have something occur, and then a notification process, one, for awareness that this is going on in whatever area of responsibility that this is happening in, you know, for that captain of the port, or in this case, I mean, the district office would have been the awareness to know that it was even going on so that we could come up with some type of response. But I mean, this is a field that obviously the DOD and, you know, is an expert in, but even they don't, you know, from talking with them, they don't even operate at some of these depths that these commercial companies are doing exploration at. So, I mean, to say the Coast Guard's going to affect subsurface search and rescue at these depths, I mean, I don't see it happening.
The same accident I referred to earlier, the Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigations report, different than the one I cited earlier, and I won't read this one into the record, but they recommended legislation to require awareness. Is that something that your case study would support?
It would absolutely support it. I was not aware that we were unaware until today.
Okay, I don't, obviously that recommendation wasn't followed through on, but, okay. And if I can circle back, one more, I forgot to ask you, did you talk to the crew of the Polar Prince?
We did not talk to the crew of the Polar Prince during our study.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Muse, for the record, the first recommendation you read from, was that from the NTSB investigation?
That first one was, yes, sir.
Sir, Mr. Fawcett has a follow-up question for you.
So, pardon me, regarding human factors, so the board had a human factors expert, and that expert uses the Department of Transportation fatigue analysis tool, which takes the number of hours an individual has worked, and it turns out a product, basically an Excel spreadsheet, that shows for that individual different color codes, red, green, and yellow, red being fatigued, It takes into effect the work-rest history, the circadian rhythms of the sleep patterns. Was this tool used to examine the work that the SAR mission coordinator did in terms of the fatigue they experienced?
We attempted to use that tool, and like I said, with regards to the documentation and when the SMCs changed out specifically, as I mentioned earlier, there were 3 SMC changed on 3 separate times during this incident to 3 completely different people due to those fatigue standards. Because talking with Dr. Cavallo, we were not able to glean enough information from the interviews because they didn't have the memory of the exact times they changed out, how long they were on the watch floor. It wasn't logged in missile to the point where we could apply HVACs to it accurately. And he made it aware that he was reluctant to try to force the fit for giving bad information because of the lack of documentation we had in order to give factual information to the HVACs process.
Did he create factual information for the report to support the board's recommendation
With regards
to fatigue of the SAR mission coordinators?
It basically, if I recall correctly, it's a 1 or 2 sentences with regards to the SMC changing out 3 times during the incident due to fatigue. I'd have to get the exact verbiage, but it's not, we didn't make a recommendation with regards to timeframes that SMC should be up. We didn't feel that was our place. That was a program level issue that needed to be addressed. We basically gave them the problem. They need to come up with a fix.
Thank you.
Mr. Talbot, can you clarify when you say program level, what office that would be?
The Office of Search and Rescue. And I mean, there's going to be a couple of offices that would have ownership in, the things we outlined in our AAR. But the Office of Search and Rescue, for all intents and purposes, owns the report.
And they're located at Coast Guard headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go to Ocean Gate Council for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Does the board have any final questions for Mr. Talbot at this time? Oh, NTSB?
Can I just ask one clarification? Where does the SMC fit into the incident command system? Do they become the operations section chief, or are they a group within the operations section?
The SMC does not fit into the incident command structure. They cannot reside. They're not supposed to be in the IMT, and they're supposed to remain independent of the incident command system.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Talbot, for IMT, that's Incident Management
Management Team. Yes, sir. Apologize. Nope.
Sir, that's all the questions we have. I appreciate your expertise and input to the board. Do you have any information that we haven't asked that would be valuable to our investigation, sir?
Not that I can come with off the top of my head. I did want to extend my condolences to the family and the friends of those, 5 people that lost their lives during this incident. So, I don't have anything else I can think of at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Talbot, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you through your counsel. If you have any questions about this investigation or additional information to submit, you may contact our investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thanks again, sir. At this time, we will take a brief recess and reconvene at 3:15 for closing statements for the hearing session. Thank you. The hearing is now back in session. At this time, I'd like to go to the parties in interest in the investigation and the NTSB for some final remarks and a closing statement. Ocean Gate, would you please start?
Thank you. On behalf of Ocean Gate, we again offer our deepest condolences to the families of those who died on June 18th, 2023, and to everyone impacted, including those who attended or testified at this hearing. After the tragic incident, Ocean Gate permanently wound down its operations. The company's primary task has been to cooperate fully with the investigations conducted by the Coast Guard and the NTSB, including in connection with this public hearing. Our law firm, Debevoise & Plimpton, was engaged by Ocean Gate shortly after the tragedy to assist with that process. We thank the Coast Guard and the NTSB for allowing us to participate in these proceedings as a party in interest, for their hard work on this investigation, including this hearing, and for their professionalism throughout this process. We hope that this hearing has helped to shed light on the tragedy and will assist the Coast Guard and the NTSB in preparing their reports and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Muse?
Thank you, Chair. I'd first like to thank you, Mr. Neubauer, and the Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation for including our agency in these hearings and for your exceptional cooperation throughout the investigation. I'd also like to thank the parties and our international partners for the continued support over the last 15 months in sharing your expertise. At a future date, a separate report of the NTSB findings will be issued, which will include our official determination of the probable cause of the accident. In the meantime, we will continue to collect evidence, conduct analysis, develop findings, and issue recommendations based on the facts developed throughout the investigation. Finally, on behalf of the NTSB, I'd like to thank the first responders and again express my deepest sympathies to the families and the friends of those lost in the accident.
Thank you, sir. Before we adjourn, I'd like to use this opportunity to thank the witnesses who participated in these proceedings. It takes courage to testify in the public spotlight, especially in the aftermath of a traumatic event. The subject matter covered during the sessions was often highly technical and emotionally charged, and I'm grateful to each witness who stepped up and assisted in our efforts to fully understand this unprecedented incident. To the families and friends of those lost, you continue to have my deepest condolences. Please rest assured that the end of this hearing session does not indicate the end of our investigative efforts. The Marine Board will continue to press forward with finalizing our evidence collection, conducting an analysis of everything collected, and then pressing for any changes necessary in the form of recommendations to the Commandant of the Coast Guard to help ensure that nobody has to endure a future similar occurrence. It's been my experience that these types of high-profile incidents and the subsequent investigations have the ability to drive change and enhance safety throughout the maritime domain. Moreover, publicly presenting the evidence in a transparent manner often drives self-correcting behaviors well before the final reports are released. Lastly, I'd like to thank the parties that participated in this investigation, including Ocean Gate and the NTSB and our international partners. The cooperation from day one has been continuous and appreciated. I'd also like to thank my team for their long hours and continuous dedication to this profound duty, while also managing their Coast Guard existing work demands, which are substantial. As we close these proceedings, Please rise and join me for a moment of silence to honor the memory of those who perished.
Good afternoon. I'm Petty Officer Kate Kilroy, Assistant Public Information Officer for the Titan Marine Board of Investigation. Today marks the final day of the public hearing, and we are here to answer your questions as the investigation into the loss of the Titan Submersible continues. In a few moments, Titan Marine Board of Investigation Chair, Mr. Jason Neubauer, and Lieutenant Commander Tom Whalen, MBI's lead investigator, will be available to take questions for no more than 20 minutes. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to ask a question, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up, and please do not talk over each other. We're committed to helping you understand this process with clarity and transparency, and our goal is to answer your questions and share what we've learned. When called on, please state your name and media affiliation before asking your question, and I will call on reporters in turn. Now, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jason Neubauer and Lieutenant Commander Tom Whalen.
Thank you, Kate. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. The testimony gathered over the past 2 weeks has been critical, but there is still more work to be done as we move into the next phase of our investigation. Our commitment to transparency remains a priority, and our final report will be essential in shaping future safety standards. I'm now ready to take your questions. Yeah, that's part of the process. You know, if we see immediate issues, and we already have seen some in the Coast Guard, and I'll give you an example. This OSHA Whistleblower Protection Act, we have already changed processes at Coast Guard headquarters so that if an email is received, it goes to several people, including the person that is on duty. So that's just an example of something we've already modified that we've identified through the Marine Board that is an issue. Otherwise, we also have other methods, safety alerts, we have marine safety information bulletins. If I determine that there's something immediate from what we've heard during these 2 weeks, I'm gonna go back to Coast Guard headquarters and make sure that we get that information out to the marine industry immediately. Yes. Detecting potential criminal acts is part of the charge to the Marine Board investigation, but a recommendation would come after a full analysis of the factuals that we've collected. So if in the end we determine that there may be criminal activity, that would be part of my recommendation to the Commandant of the Coast Guard. The Commandant of the Coast Guard would make a final decision to make a referral to the Department of Justice. So I really can't comment on who might be charged or any further detail beyond that. And if there were a criminal investigation conducted, it would be completely separate from the administrative investigation, which is the Marine Board. Yes. That's a difficult timeline to predict at this time. We have potentially more evidence collection to do. And that's going to be some basic follow-ups from information that we learned here during the 2 weeks. After that point, we go into a very detailed analysis mode. And that's when we formulate the what we hope will be impactful safety recommendations to approve the entire framework of the maritime domain. That can take a while. And after we do our report, the Commandant of the Coast Guard will have to have an opportunity to make a final action decision on every recommendation that we make. So that process can take several months. My priority is to get this investigation done expeditiously because I feel there are global issues at stake. So it'll be my priority to expedite that process, but I cannot give you a timeline. Yes. I think the key to remember is a Marine Board investigation does not have to obtain testimony from every witness. As long as we obtain factual data that leads us to what we need to determine for the causal factors and any other factors involved in the investigation, that's the goal. So I'm not going to comment on individual witnesses, but if we have the factual data from the company that we need through forensics, if we've talked to other witnesses that can give us the information we need, it's possible that we don't interview every witness that has been identified as potential for the investigation. That is a good question. There is a potential for future hearings. I've done an investigation in the past where we had 3 hearing sessions as we determined we needed more witnesses and more information. We could also take other means. We've done minor interviews with witnesses that did not have a lot of information to provide before the public hearing was conducted. So we have evidence that will be published in the eventual report from witnesses and other data collection sources that you have not seen here during the hearing. It's always my aspiration to publicly display all of the information publicly, but just because of this volume of the evidence and the witnesses involved, that's not always possible. So that is my answer. You might see some individual data collection depositions. It could be another hearing session, probably very shorter, but it's hard to say at this point. You make a good point that I have never seen the volume of evidence that we've obtained for another investigation that we have for this endeavor. And the main person processing that evidence has been my lead investigator, Lieutenant Commander Whalen. So I'd like to pass that question to him at this time.
So you had asked about the volume of evidence that we've collected over these 2 weeks. So well, it's hard to quantify in the fact of that this, from up to this date, a lot of the evidence that we've collected and evidence that we've collected over these past 2 weeks will all be in the final report in some way, because we feel that to get to be able to make our opinions and our analysis, which will lead us to our conclusions and then drive our recommendations, is based on the facts. And everything that we've determined in this last 2 weeks is now a fact in our investigation. So all of the facts or allegations that were made within this investigation, we will analyze those, and to the depth at which we will, if it has any implications, or if it has an implication on our investigation, then we will look into it. We'll do our best to confirm any alleged incident. If we are able to confirm, we will. We do know that that was on the original hull, or that we called it throughout the hearing, the prototype hull. It was intended to be used on the Titanic expeditions, but we do know that the second hull, which was manufactured after that lightning strike, was the Titan hull that was used in the 2023 expedition.
I'd like to just add some additional information to that question. We did get the opportunity to examine that hull at the Everett Port facility, and I personally don't remember seeing any scorching marks from a lightning strike. So it could be some alternative issues, like sometimes when you're in close proximity to a lightning strike, the electronics can suffer damage without the vessel taking a direct hit. So there are a lot of factors and unknowns there. So I would be very surprised in the end if we can ever say definitively if that hull was struck by lightning. Well, yes, I think the transparency of the hearings provides a lot of information to the public on some of the potential motivations of Mr. Rush and OceanGate. But certainly part of our investigation is trying to get into the mind of who was the master of the vessel and the CEO, which was the same person in this case, and understand what would push the individual to do the operations they were conducting. So that is absolutely something, that's why we went as deep as we did into the company, the entire existence of the operations, to try to determine the precursors, and then to the ultimate operations that led to the accident voyage. So that will absolutely be part of the report. Human factors play into about more than 90% of all accidents we investigate. And we investigate over 3,000 a year. So it tells you that the human element is always or almost always in play for an investigation, and it is important to figure out that aspect. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you all for being here today. Your dedication throughout this public hearing, your participation has been an essential part of this investigation. I'll be available after the press conference for any questions related to logistics or media coordination.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. I am Jason Neubauer of the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis, Washington, D.C. I am the Chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As a designated party in interest, OceanGate has a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Military members are also subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for the cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. An area has been set aside for news media use during the proceedings. The media may question witnesses concerning the testimony they have given after I've released them from these proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. The NTSB has provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a statement for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I am Marcel Muse, the investigator in charge for the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation into this accident. The NTSB has joined these proceedings to avoid duplicating facts. Nonetheless, the NTSB intends to determine a probable cause as required by law, issue a report which may or may not include safety recommendations to avoid an accident such as this again.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. We will begin the day with virtual testimony from Mr. Justin Jackson, a materials engineer with NASA. This virtual testimony is being set up at this time, and we will reconvene at 8:45 to start that interview. So we will recess until 8:45. Thank you.